Okay. Okay, so right about now, I would welcome the Dean. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome the Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, who will deliver the welcome address and formally open this symposium. Good morning to you, sir. Okay, so while the Dean is trying to join us, we would like for us to continue to keep the welcome, the introductions coming in the chat box. To keep the introductions coming in the chat box, we have here Agaredek Jemana from Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. Thank you very much. You are most welcome. We also have Dixon Ogunkunle from the Department of Communication and Language at University of Ibadan. Thank you very much, sir. You are most welcome. We have Christabel from Admiralty University, Nigeria in Delta State. Thank you, Christabel, for joining us today. We have our very own donor, Professor Makaria from the Karatina University, Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor. We have Dr. Adeori Agbese. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. From the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Thank you for joining us today. We have the Associate Professor Ngozi Mora we have the Associate Professor Ngozi from the Media and Communication Studies faculty at the Madonna University. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Good to have you. And we have Ajuma Mary. So let's just keep the introductions coming. Let's keep the introductions coming. So right now we do not have the Dean on seat. He's currently the news written means that he's unavoidably absent. I sincerely apologize for this, but I am sure we can have our welcome address from Dr. Okorie, who is the director for the Center for Media and Research Communication, CMCR, here in the School of Media, Pan-Atlantic University. He will be giving us the welcome address for today's symposium. You have the floor, sir. Good morning to you.
Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you. Thank you everyone for participating for this particular event. Thank you for attending this particular event, the Symposium on Media and Women Empowerment in Africa. Now, this symposium is to commemorate the International Women's Day, which is celebrated annually. And the focus here is to promote women's empowerment. We know that women are very, very important to us, and it is essential for us to promote women in different areas, in the area of women development, in the area of women leadership, and in the area of women advancement. So it's important for us to create conversations on these areas so as to address those issues that affect women, particularly in Africa. If you know, I believe all of us will agree with me that we have a lot of issues that are affecting women. We talk about forced marriages against women. And if you find out about the cases of forced marriages against women, you find out that we have a lot of cases of forced marriages against women. We also have cases of domestic violence against women. These are issues, and we know it's important we address these issues that affect them, whether it's forced marriage against women, whether it's gender violence against women. We need to address this issue. And a major way we can drive this, a major way we can provide solution is to find how the media and communication systems can be utilized to address such issues that have to do with women empowerment. So this is the particular purpose of this symposium. And in the next 4 to 5 hours, we'll be having a lot of conversations about this. So I want to welcome everyone, and I say thank you so much for participating in this event. Thank you so much. Chris, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that welcome address. And yes, we need to discuss issues concerning women. We need to talk about these issues, especially like he rightly mentioned, the issues of forced marriages and all of that. Thank you once again for that welcome address. Like he rightly said, this program is to promote women empowerment, and it's in line with the annual International Women's Day that we usually celebrated globally in the month of March. Thank you very much. So right about now, before we hand over to the panel session, I would like to welcome those of us that joined in the course of the welcome address. You're most welcome. Please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat box, your name, your institution, organization, and where you are joining us from. Would like to know, would like to familiarize ourselves with you. Also, do well to properly label your devices. Please properly label your devices, your name and your institution or organization. I am Amarachuku Grace Kenneth from the School of Media and Communication, PAU, SMC PAU. So let's label our devices properly. We kindly request that your devices are muted when you are not speaking, especially speaking for the purpose of this symposium, so we can avoid distractions and save time and any background noise. We also request that you make use of the chat box for questions and comments, or raise your virtual hand when you need to make a contribution. We'll be happy to hear your thoughts. And at this point, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Judith Ayanwike, who will be moderating the panel session of this symposium. Over to you, Judith.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome once again. Thank you, Grace, for bringing me on call. So you're welcome once again to this symposium. We are very privileged to have you in our midst. We want to welcome you to this thought-provoking event, the Symposium on Media and Women Empowerment in Africa. As mentioned by my colleague, this is organized by the Center for Media and Communication Research, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos, Nigeria. Now, this symposium is part of our commitment to fostering critical dialogues on the intersection of media, gender equity, and women's empowerment, particularly in the African context. Today, as we commemorate International Women's Day, we gather virtually to explore how traditional, digital, alternative media programs can play a transformative role in advancing gender equity. Now, the themes of this symposium are both timely and critical, considering the persistent challenges women face in media representation, storytelling, and access to opportunities. So we're privileged to have our distinguished panel of experts who have made significant contributions in their respective fields. So at this point, allow me to introduce them. We have today Professor Angela Nwamwo from the Department of Mass Communication, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Nigeria. She is a renowned expert in indigenous language and gender and development. Her work focuses on how indigenous languages can be leveraged to foster gender equity and women's empowerment. Also, we have on this panel session today, Professor Sabiha Mola from the Department of Communication, Science, University of South Africa, UNISA. She's a respected scholar in health communication with a wealth of experience in addressing gender-based health disparities through strategic communication. You're welcome. Also, we have Professor Juliet Mashara, who is our sponsor for this program. Once again, we say thank you. I'm from the Department of Communication at Karatina University in Kenya. She is an authority in marketing, communication, and health communication, focusing on how strategic communication campaigns can promote behavioral change and change and advance gender equity. You're welcome, Professor Juliet Masharia. Now, we also have Dr. Anne Anjao, who is from the Department of Communication at Daystar University in Kenya. She's an accomplished journalist, editor, and gender-sensitive reporting expert with extensive experience in fostering equitable representation of women in the media. You're welcome, Dr. Anne Anjao. And last but not the least on our panel session today is Dr. Ajay Ori Agbese. She's from the Department of Communication at the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley, USA. She's highly regarded expert in gender and film, dedicated to examining and transforming the narratives surrounding women in African cinema. We welcome these very wonderful women in our midst today who have agreed to be with us on this symposium. Once again, you're all welcome, and thank you for accepting to be here with us today. We're privileged to have you. So together, these distinguished panelists bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table, and I'm confident that their insights will inspire us, challenge us, and guide us as we delve into the critical themes of this symposium. Now, let us not forget that we can ask questions through the chat box. If you have any questions, please put them on the chat box. When it's time for the audience, we're going to open the floor for you to read out your questions, and then it will be taken by one of the experts we have in our midst today. Okay, so now the first question will be going to Professor Angela Nwamwa, who is an expert in Indigenous language and gender development. Professor Angela, are you here?
Yes, good morning, Judith,
yes.
And good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I'm very happy to be here this morning. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so your first question will be going to you. Now, the first question is, how can Indigenous languages be leveraged to amplify women's voices and stories within African societies?
Okay, Judy, thank you so much for this question. First of all, before talking about how to leverage Indigenous languages to amplify women's voices and stories, the first thing to do is simply to, tell us what Indigenous language means, very briefly. When we talk about Indigenous language, we are talking about a particular language that originated in a specific region and is spoken by the indigenous people of that area. And this is usually passed, through generations. Like, for instance, in Nigeria, we have 3 notable indigenous languages based on the 3 ethnic, groups we have in Nigeria. We have the Hausa language, we have Yoruba language, and we have the Igbo language. So the indigenous people of the Igbo, Southeast Nigeria, the indigenous language obtainable here is the Igbo language. And to the Hausas, the indigenous language in the north is the Hausa language. And to the Yoruba, Southwest Nigeria, we have the Yoruba language. So it's good we define this so that we can now talk about leveraging the indigenous language to amplify women's voices and stories. So how can we use indigenous language to help women tell their stories? We can use it because this is the language of the people. It is, can I say it is just synonymous with their culture, because you cannot take away indigenous language from the culture of a talking about indigenous language, we are also talking about the culture of a particular people. So we can actually use the language that is accessible to them, preferred by them, and the one that is welcome in their midst to help them speak up and tell their own stories in their own ways. Because when you use foreign language, they may not tell you what they want to tell you and how they want to tell you. So with indigenous languages, we can also provide access to invaluable knowledge and information to women all over Africa and indigenous communities and the local communities. And this will also help them in effective decision making, with regards to agriculture, food production, family planning, and all that. It is through indigenous language that you can provide invaluable knowledge to women in all these localities. Also, we can use indigenous language to help women understand their needs and set their priorities right. It is only through indigenous language that you can achieve this. Through indigenous language also, women can share knowledge and resources, within themselves and among themselves. So without indigenous language, it will be very, very difficult to help women in local communities understand what development is all about, what empowerment is all about, and how to speak up. We are talking about like the theme of this year's International Women's Day, according to UN, is accelerate action. You can only achieve this by using the language that these people will understand. You cannot accelerate action in their midst if they don't understand what you're talking about. So this is the focus of indigenous languages in local communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's a very detailed answer. Thank you for also breaking it down for us to understand that we have to use our own local languages to share our stories and then reach out to the world. Thank you very much for that detailed insight. Thank you. I will also appreciate if you can please turn on your camera so we can see you.
Okay, my face.
Thank you. We need to see the face of this beautiful lady talking to us.
I turned it off because of network fluctuations here. At times when you leave your camera on, it will affect the network. So
yes, we understand
I hope
that.
we
Thank
can
you very
see my
much.
face.
Yes, we can. We are happy to see it. Thank you. Okay, so we now go to Professor Sabiha Mula. Professor Sabila, you're welcome. Are you here?
Mm-hmm. That is even more easy.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, you're welcome again.
Symposium. Thank you.
Okay, so my question to you would be, you're an expert in a professor in health communication, which is very, very admirable. Now, my question to you would be, how can health communication strategies be adapted to address barriers to women's health in Africa?
Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Basically, what I like to say is that aspects such as health literacy, that is to be able to read, write, and understand health communication, is essentially important, as well as language diversities and catering for all types of cultures and languages. Health access is also very important, and medical terminology where patients understand the actual terms that is being used or communicated to them, for example, if it's done in health campaigns. And then the cultural and social context inclusion is also very important, considering the African diversity and inclusivity. And then with regard to, for example, if you are working with a health communication campaign, then the target audience needs to be specific with regard to age, employment, level of education, the region, socioeconomic status, lifestyle, environmental aspects, etc., since we're seeing the effects of climate change also on health now. And then, as you mentioned in the beginning, gender inequality also contributes to this. So men should be included in campaigns. They need to be educated as well on female issues or health issues in Africa. And with regard to community interventions and the whole aspect of Ubuntu, where you don't work in individualism, but you work in collectivism. So you work as we, not I, in this context. And then aspects such as telemedicine, e-health, m-health, for access to be able to reach rural areas, accessibility concerns, like I mentioned, knowledge and information availability is also very, very important. And now with the whole evolution of artificial intelligence with regard to health matters, and we need to decolonize AI to cater for African women's health issues and reach. And like I said, inclusivity, holistic health, alternative treatments with regard to culture, there needs to be catered as well and respected. And also the sustainable development goals now that we need to work towards, for example, the good health and well-being, gender inequality, all contribute to how health communication strategies can be adapted to address these barriers for health in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight. Thank you very much. I hope that was clear enough. We also have to add gender equity. Men have to be included in helping to share information about health. That's a very important aspect you just mentioned there. Thank you very much, Professor Mola. So the next question will be going to Professor Juliet Macaria. Are you? Yeah, I can see you. Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome to this symposium. So would want to find out from you, what role does, because we know from your biography that you are an expert, you're a professor in marketing communication and also health communication. Now, what role does marketing communication play in reshaping public perception about women's role and capabilities? Did you
So
get the
thank you
question?
very,
Yeah.
so thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Juliet Macharia. I am happy to talk about marketing communication, and I'm sure I can talk about it the whole day. But today we are talking about the role it plays in reshaping perception. Here, I think we can talk about it and talk about the positive, perception and negative perception. Because most of the times what we see when companies, firms, communicate about their brands, services, products, they will put out information out there. And the content that you see most of the times, it will depict women, in roles that we see every day. The ones we can call stereotypes. You will find that the adverts, they will have women who are in the kitchen, they are cooking, or women who are carrying their babies, or women who are going to the market, or women who are seated in market stalls. But you hardly even see a woman who is in an office, a woman who is a CEO, a woman who is, a politician, the ones that we know. Because the content and the information that is put out there, people look at it and then decide women can only cook. Women can only wash clothes. Women can only go to the farm. Women can only look after children. But we know that women can do more than this. And we have very many examples in Africa. Like if we're given a simple quiz in this room to be asked, do you know about the women who are doing very well? Just like name 5 from Africa. We will, most of us may not even know. The first female Chief Justice in Kenya, we have a female Chief Justice. The deputy is also a woman. Then the the Attorney General is also female. You go to Ethiopia, you will find the first, woman Chief Justice. You go to Ghana, they are there. But we do not see them when communication is being done. So that marketing communication is taking the role to show us, what people, like the perception that they have, that women are not strong, women are weak, men are strong. And I think that most companies, right now as we are talking about women empowerment and we're talking about women's rights and equality, they're trying to work in a way that we do away with the stereotypes. Because seeing those images, looking at the language, looking at what people think is okay, for me, where we are in 21st century, we need to do more. So as we're talking about women empowerment today, I would prefer a situation where both men and women participate, so that let's see those adverts where men are in offices and women are also in offices. If they are cooking, and we make sure that we teach our sons how to cook. And I'll give you an example of, when African women, they are depicted in a way that, our communities will say, the first thing that you have to know how to do is to cook. And some community in Kenya, when they take you home for introduction, you'll be given a pot and ingredients for you to cook. And you think about it, and then you're wondering, in the 21st century, is that what a woman is all worth? And this brings me to an advert, which is yet to happen. In Kenya, East Africa, and parts of Africa, we make, food. We call it ugali in Kenya. In Nigeria, they call it fufu. Or sometimes you hear somebody talking about, making swallow. There is an electric cooker that can cook that ugali in 10 minutes. It can make porridge. It can make fufu. It can make all those things. It is in the supermarket in Kenya. It is in, most of the places. But I've not seen a single advert that says that the woman who is in this house, she comes from the office, takes 10 minutes to cook, serves her family. Nobody has done an advert. In Kenya, I only stumbled on it when I was, shopping and I saw it. I don't know whether in Nigeria they have done adverts about that. And when I tried to find out, when we are talking about marketing communication, somebody said, oh, no, in fact, our husbands will not like it if you use that cooking pot or cooking the electric one. Why? Because they want the women to pound yam. They want to eat pounded yam. It tastes differently. So for me, what I'm saying today is that marketing communication can influence the way women are viewed by creating messages that are positive. And then we can work very hard to make sure that we deal with the ones that are not positive, because we still have room. And as we're talking about the African woman, she is not the only one who is going through this. This, I think, is a global problem. And you see that as we focus on International Women's Day, we are saying we need them to have rights. We need them empowered. We need them to have equality. By the way, there's no day a woman will have any equality if you leave the man behind, if you leave the boy child behind. So we need everybody to be there so that we can correct this and make sure that our women, our men, the communication that we are doing, the content, the imagery, the language is the one that everybody accepts. And this way, it will make even the ones who are growing up to aspire, to have that empowerment. Because empowerment does not just happen. We have to create the forum for it. And this girl asked her mom, she saw one advert, she said, I would like to be a dentist. I would like to be a doctor. And the mother asked her, why do you want to be a doctor? And she said, that doctor on Sensodyne toothpaste, it is in East Africa, and I think it is in other African countries. She looks very beautiful. And because I'm beautiful too, I want to be a doctor. So you can see that image is there. And this girl who was in grade 3 is looking at it and saying, I'm going to work hard to be that doctor who is on that, cover of the advert. So for me, I am inviting everybody to make sure that each one of us plays a part to make sure that when we communicate, we are communicating positive images. We are communicating to change the perceptions that women are weak because we know they're strong. And then we communicate in such a way that all of us have something to do. And language is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Macharia, for that powerful insight. As stating how that the media needs to change the narrative they already put out there for women. Yes, you're very right about that. And even the examples you cited were very funny. I even had to laugh. And yes, in Nigeria, I've seen the advert of there's this bushmeat meat advert like that talks about processing all this food easily. Yes, I've seen such adverts. So thank you very much. That was a very wonderful insight. So we'll now move to the next question and to the next person on the panel. That's Dr. Anne Anjao. Dr. Anne is a journalist, an editor, and gender-sensitive reporting journalist. Dr. Anne, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So we'd like to see your face. Hope you don't mind.
Yes, you will.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. So my question to you would be, what are the critical steps media organizations should take to ensure gender-sensitive reporting practices?
Yes, thank you very much. And I just want to echo what Professor Macharia has just talked about in terms of the narrative that we need to change concerning gender-sensitive reporting. You see, in the Kenyan space, I would say that we have very useful regulation on how we need to represent gender in our spaces, right from the Constitution of in Chapter 4, Article 10, that talks about national values and governance principles, where there's a whole gamut of, words or nouns, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, etc. And going all the way to the 2019 National Policy on Gender and Development. We have made significant strides when it comes to, Matrimonial Property Act, Marriage Act 2014, the Marriage Amendment Bill that is coming in 2023. So the space is geared towards equality and also equity in terms of men and women. However, what we find in our spaces is still that we are still grappling with gender-sensitive reporting issues. So what can we do? Number one is still back on policy. After establishing policy, can we ensure that we enforce, again, those same policies? And I'm alive to the fact that media houses have developed those policies that are guiding them in terms of reporting. For example, I'm sure the Daily Nation, the NMG, that is the Nation Media Group, already has established a gender desk that takes care of gender issues. And even the Media Council of Kenya, time and again, you'll find them in the media spaces urging media organizations to adopt internal gender-sensitive policies to shape editorial choices regarding gender-related coverage. We have, the Kenya Media Council's gender mainstreaming policy. We have the policy that, of course, seeks to integrate a gender perspective into all aspects of media operations. Even the Standard Group, one of the second leading media group in Kenya, has also signed up with the UN Media Women Media Compact in 2020, to ensure that these issues are brought to the fore. And so my take would be that we need to enforce these policies within the media houses, because the national space already is in support of the fact that we need gender-sensitive reporting in our media. And then the second thing that we can do is simply to challenge, sexism and gender inequality in our media. And I get this from a study that was done by Dr. Wambura, who studied Classic 105.2 FM, a popular radio station in Kenya. And every morning she would tune in and listen to what they had to say. And the findings were quite telling. For example, the narrative that kept coming up from the presenters themselves, that is Maina and Kingangi, and the call-ins that were coming in would tend to show that the proper woman, the proper woman discourse, who is the proper woman? The proper woman is the one who ascribes to feminine duties in the home, washing pots, cooking, serving, etc. And this was mainly coming from the men who were calling in. And throughout, what came out was that men seem to have been edged aside. They no longer fulfill their duties. They're just sleazy people who are okay, depending on women. Now, remember, these things are being discussed on national radio. Yeah. And women would, of course, be portrayed as slayers, the slay queens. Nowadays they're the macho men of our generation, and the men have been relegated. Again, just reminding ourselves about what Professor Macharia is saying. If we continue these narratives of portraying men as inadequate and people who are just comfortable staying at home with remote controls and drinking, then how do we expect to achieve that question of gender equality? But then again, we are also reminded that the policies themselves are very serious about it. And I'm reminded of one incident by Shafi Weru on Homeboys Radio. He went on to shame a lady. Of course, it was not a very good thing. And the repercussions were grave. He was fired. One of the main advertisers pulled off, because what he had done implied supporting acts of gender violence against women. And so we in the media houses also need to be very strong on these programs, that challenge, the very same things that the policies are in favor of. Right now, we have a show on Radio Jambo at 4 p.m., something about revealing secrets. And somebody comes and talks about how they went with the grandmother, the mother, and the daughter in the same home. And we are still allowing such programs to run on TV. And then we come and have discourses here that talk about gender-sensitive reporting. So we need to establish and enforce those policies. We need to be mindful about the sexist language and imagery. And then the last thing that we need to do is to increase visibility as experts and sources within media houses. Why can't we, sometimes I look at a panel and it's a manel. We have only men. And the discourse I keep hearing would be that women say they have a lot of work at home, and so they can't stay at night to contribute. But I believe that we can find a way so that we have also more representation in that space. I don't know if I have time, but I think I would want to stop there and perhaps continue later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful insight. Thank you for the details. And I'd like to mention that if you're just joining us, please endeavor to use the chat box for your questions. If you have any questions to ask, just put them up on the chat box. We're going to get to the session when we're going to read out the questions to the panelists. So I also want to mention that while we're answering our questions, let us also try to be time conscious so that we can move faster in this program. But I'm sure that we are enjoying the session. These women have given us details on how women can be seen more in our society, how gender equity can be put out there so that everyone will be in the know and see that women are not put back, as Professor Macharia said, put back in the or stereotyped and seen as the normal housewife, stay inside the house and all that, be in the kitchen and not do progressive things with our lives as women. So at this point, we'll go to Dr. Ajay Ori Agbese, who is an expert in gender and film. So our question to you would be, how can African filmmakers leverage storytelling to empower women and challenge gender stereotypes?
Thank you, Judith. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, SMC and CMCR, for putting this together. I think that's a very important question because more than ever, African films are getting recognition on a global stage. And more than ever, it is time for us to start using film more positively to address social issues, which include women empowerment and, of course, challenging gender stereotypes. One of the ways I think African filmmakers can actually leverage storytelling is by using personal stories or personal narratives. Our previous speakers have given examples of people who have called in or studies that have been done where people actually shared stories about their lives. And I think it's important for us to share realistic stories of things that women have done and ways in which they have succeeded. When you do things like that, you are providing examples that other women can look at and say, see, she did it, so I think I can do it. Or if you provide stories about women who face certain challenges and they succeeded, you are, of course, also contributing to the beliefs that people have and challenging the stereotypes that people have in that way. Another way I think we can do this, of course, especially in the Nigerian context, is to tell more positive stories about women. I don't see that many positive stories. And even though the Nigerian movie industry has been around for over 30 years, the majority of studies that have been done have consistently found that women are portrayed more negatively than positively. And it's not just women. I think there are stereotypes we have about men that many of our movies or films also portray. For instance, we're still being taught through film that infidelity on the part of men is a positive thing, and infidelity on the part of women is a terrible thing. But we're also taught that assertion or being assertive is a negative quality in women. In 2025, we're still getting that message through film, and that has to stop. Another thing I think we can do is actually look into Africa's past for examples, because one of the basic stereotypes that exists in virtually every African society is that the way patriarchy exists today is the way patriarchy has existed from the beginning of time. But we know that's not true. We know that there are African societies that in pre-colonial times, they actually had structures that encouraged women to be strong. They encouraged women to be leaders. They encouraged women to speak out when things were going wrong. And in some areas of Nigeria, we even have stories of women who would actually stand up and fight against domestic violence. Like they would tie men to an anthill and have him bitten by ants, just to show that they disapproved of that kind of thing. And I think it's unfortunate that the most popular film that has used African women's history in a positive light is Black Panther. So it didn't even come from us in Africa. It came from the United States. So these are three main ways I think we can empower women and challenge gender stereotypes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that insight. The media has a lot of work to do in helping to change the narrative. It really has a lot of work to do. I like what you mentioned, that we should tell our stories so that people can see. Also cited the example that Dr. Macharia gave, where she said that the daughter saw the advert of Sensodyne, I want to be a dentist. Yes, tell our stories, say more positive stories out there. And yes, so the media really has a lot of role to play in changing the narratives of women in Africa and then globally. So we'll go back to our first professor, Angela, one more. I hope you're still there. Okay, so yes. Thank you. So now the second question we have for you is, what are the unique challenges in using indigenous language to combat gender stereotypes in the media?
Okay, thank you so much. I just read a question now posed by someone asking about whether policies have been implemented, and I think I have to start with this. The major challenge we have, not only in Nigeria, but in most African countries, is lack of the will, the political will, to implement policies, that will foster or enhance gender equality or equity, and then fight stereotypes, gender stereotypes in the media. So because we don't have these policies, that's why these problems are persisting. That's a very bad one. But apart from, lack of the political way to implement policies, the major problem we have, not only in Nigeria again, but in most African countries, is lack of indigenous language media. We cannot push this without having indigenous language media to help us push these narratives. We need them because that's the language people will understand. Like, for instance, in Nigeria, we have just 3 notable indigenous language media. We have, for the Yorubas, we have Alariyo. For the Hausas, we have Aminiya. And for the Igbos, we have Ogene Igbo. And believe you me, most of us here have not even heard about these indigenous language media in Nigeria. So they're not popular. They're not doing much. So that's the major problem. We don't have indigenous language media to push, to help us fight gender stereotypes. We can do much when we have them. And the next one is the lack of advocacy. I'm happy you are doing this. The organizers have done so much, and honestly, I thank them for this. We need advocacy groups to come out, help us talk about the gender stereotypes in the media, help us identify the genders, because you cannot fight what you don't even know. We have to, first of all, identify the gender stereotypes in the media, just like Prof has said. When we identify them, we then fight. How do we stop all these things? Using indigenous language media, or just indigenous, like in our radio stations and TV stations. Even when we don't have indigenous language media, we can start with our mainstream media to push the narrative using indigenous language so that our people can understand us. And the next major challenge, apart from lack of indigenous language media or policies, is lack of training for our media professionals. Like my sister just said, most of our media professionals, journalists, they don't have the training, to use indigenous language in story writing and in reporting events and in discussing issues about women, domestic violence, or just violence against women and girls. So we need training. And for the training to come, we always cry about lack of funding. But I'm so happy that some NGOs are coming up, to help in this area. So lack of training, we need that. It is a major challenge. And apart from that, the next one, many women are not in leadership positions in media organizations. How will they encourage the fighting of gender stereotypes when we have many men as leaders in our radio stations and TV stations? Because they're there, most of them, unless we can identify the he's for she's in these media organizations. If we don't have many he's for she's in these media organizations, it will be pretty hard to, talk to an editor who doesn't even see it as a wrong thing to use certain, slangs or language in reporting. So these are the major challenges we have in using indigenous language to fight gender stereotypes. And this gender stereotype, most of us don't understand the gravity of what we're doing by constantly can I say circulating or disseminating or using certain words that demean women. Like my prof just said, they are just caregivers. Women are caregivers. We don't have to be assertive. The gender, equality, you forget it. You can never be equal. Things like that. And in most societies, you can see that even domestic violence, people don't talk about them. As a woman, you don't have to talk about it. You just have to live with it. If you talk about it, society will see you like this. Your family will, So I am from Anambra State of Nigeria, and I am talking about practical things now. A few months ago, we all heard about Anambra case. A man burns the wife to death, domestic violence. And right now, just the initial Gragra news, We're not hearing anything about that case. We don't even know where the man is. We've not had anything again from that case. So that's the gravity of what we're facing. But I also thank the Anambra State Ministry of Women Affairs for coming up. And this indigenous language is what the Ministry of Commissioner for Women Affairs is currently using now to drive home her point. You know, she's just working so hard. And, apart from just being a professor of communication in my university, I am the director for Center for Gender Studies in my university. And right now we are trying to work out a kind of partnership with the Anambra State Ministry of Women Affairs on how to use indigenous language to push home, the story of women with regards to domestic violence, because you believe me, it is increasing every day. What do we intend to do? Using indigenous language to address our women. Every August we have August meeting in Anambra and some Igbo states, Southeast here. Every August women come together to discuss about their issues and welfare. So we're trying to leverage, use this August meeting as an opportunity for us, the school, Center for Gender Studies in my university, and then Anambra State Women Affairs, Ministry of Women Affairs, to reach to the grassroots, these women, talk about that. Without this advocacy, without going down to them, we cannot achieve much. Like in this room now, many of us, the real victims are not here with us. The survivors are not here with us. So they are just in indigenous communities, in local communities, and you can only reach out to them using indigenous language. So these are the major challenges. Advocacy groups, we need to encourage many people to come up and speak. Then the policies, look at sexual harassment bill and the rest of them, look at what is happening in Nigeria. So without the political will to implement these policies, whether in our high institutions or in the states, as the case may be, we cannot achieve much. And it extends to the media, because you cannot talk about the society without talking about the media. Once we promote the enforcement and or implementation of the policies, media will be a better place. They will be better equipped to do their job. Thank you so much. Hello.
Thank you so much, Professor Angela Wamo. Thank you for those details and your insights. Yeah, they're very, very detailed. You have mentioned key challenges that are really affecting affecting women, and how we can go about this whole changing the narrative of women in the media. Yeah, what you have mentioned are really strong, and these are things that the media should really look into. Even the government should try to look into to see what to do about ensuring that women are in leadership positions and all. Thank you. That was a very great insight. So we'll now go to the Professor Sabiha Mola. Are you still here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So before I ask the second question, I'd like to mention that if you have questions, please go ahead and put them on the chat box. When we come to the time for question and answer, we'll take your questions. Okay, our second question for you would be, what is the role of media campaigns in improving awareness and access to reproductive health services for women?
Okay, so I'd like to open with an campaign example that we have in South Africa for this sort of aspect. It's called Mom Connect in South Africa, which is a digital health campaign program for maternal and child health, whereby SMSs are being used. So it was launched in 2014, and almost 5 billion mothers registered and used this service. In 95% of public healthcare facilities in South Africa, we have public healthcare and private healthcare. The public is accessible through all via the government, while the private is obviously at a cost and a high cost. So SMSs in this Mom Connect campaign were used to educate mothers and their children on health issues and pregnancy information until their children were 2 years old. So I obtained this information from the Department of Health in South Africa. And the healthcare is provided via a help desk or a chatbot like I explained earlier about AI, artificial intelligence, and etc. that can help now. So this program is linked also to the Sustainable Development Goals for reducing maternal and child mortality. Now, the program deals with antenatal care, vaccination for children, breastfeeding information to mothers, knowledge about how to do this, family planning, postpartum, etc. So they use a toolkit in inverted commas where pregnant women or mothers can register and sign up. They answer questions and they are added to a database. And then the mother receives messages during her pregnancy and the baby's health, like I said, up until they are 2 years of age. So why I provided this specific campaign example to answer my question is to show how health communication and health education through health campaigns can create awareness and ensure accessibility for care to care for women for their reproductive and health services. So, like I also mentioned earlier, the media through, in this case, social media is accessible to all people. So most of the time today, people have access to cell phones and technology. So media campaigns in that example can be used to disseminate information, for example, in the Mom Connect through SMSs. So if you don't have a very smartphone, you will still be able to receive an SMS. So these can be used to create awareness, and reproductive health care is core in Africa for saving lives. Another example that I thought I'd mention is endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, which was unknown to many before, but now there's more knowledge and access in the media. Before it was not so communicated about, campaigns weren't done, so people were ignorant to it. Then, for example, cervical cancer also now has a vaccine to protect against cervical cancer, and there were campaigns held in South Africa, for example, at schools to promote this to girls between the ages of 9 and 15 before they become sexually active. And then, for example, there's a lot of menstruation or period problems that are, and stigmas or taboos that exist around this in Africa as well as some other countries globally. For example, campaigns can be used here to combat these cultural taboos and educate on hygiene. And NGOs, like my colleagues were saying earlier, can really assist here. And I came across a nice example in Senegal. It's called Kitamba and Speak Up Africa organization, which provides sanitary pads to girls. And then African countries, some have removed taxes or VAT on these sanitary pads, for example, Kenya and South Africa. And then, for example, in South Africa, we have a television called the SABC, South African Broadcasting Commission, which provides television to us. They held a nice campaign called Period Poverty in South Africa, where girls actually miss school because of they don't have access to sanitary pads. And for example, health awareness needs to be provided to these girls to teach them about this. And campaign drives were held by them to collect sanitary pads and educate, etc., which was very successful around 2022. And for example, just to wrap up, then campaigns are needed to educate, empower, address taboos, provide knowledge, dignify, and normalize the health concerns of women, because it's not incorrect for them to have or experience menstruation. They just need the knowledge and education to understand what that is, and for men, for example, to understand it or to tackle the taboos and the cultural aspects around it so that we can educate. So the best way that health communication can be used is to provide health education through campaigns and educate society in that way to empower women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Muller. Thank you. Thank you for that detailed insight. Yes, you're very right about so many health issues that have not been, that are not out there, that a lot of people don't know about, that women actually go through. And through the use of social media, a lot of this information have been shared around. Yes, very true. Very true. People are now aware of the two you mentioned, endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome. Yes, a lot of people are aware about it now through the use of social media. So thank you very much for that insight. I'll now go to Professor Juliet Macharia. Yes. So the second question for you, as we said earlier on, before I go ahead with the question, please, if you have questions, I can see some questions already on the chat box. If you have more questions as the speakers give their insight, please put them up on the chat box. We're going to get back to you when it's time for question and answers. Yes, thank you. So the second question for you, Professor Macharia, is how can health communication campaigns inspire behavioral change in communities to benefit women's well-being?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll begin with an example to answer this question. Last year, my university, we celebrate International Women's Day, and I'm the chair of that committee, so I'm interested in gender. We decided when we are celebrating that International Women's Day 2024, we will go to the community, the information through the leaders, the church, everywhere. The information was given. But when the day came, we had 450 patients who came, who are tested, treated, and they went home very happy. But from the 450, only 55 men turned up. The others were women. So what we are saying is that health communication campaigns, they are supposed to educate, inform, influence, and aim for behavior change. But what we have seen most of the times is that there are things that are happening in our communities. The experts are quiet. The people who should actually be part of these campaigns are quiet. And that reminds me what the other speaker said, that we have information out there. Like, for example, let's go to TikTok. TikTok is full of misinformation. You will find information that is correct, and misinformation is more than the information that is correct. And I will give an example of a problem that only affects women, fibroids. You go online and you're trying to check how it can be, handled. And you'll get so many things to drink, things to do what, things that when you think about them in medicine, you're going to be very worried. So we are saying that when we are having these campaigns, let's have campaigns that create awareness about health issues and make sure that the people we are talking with or the information we are sharing and bring behavior change. Because most of the times when we check, in fact, studies are that they are there and we can quote them, show that women will seek treatment, they will go to hospitals. If they are unwell, they will say they're unwell. Well, some men will just keep quiet and then you'll know when they are almost dying, well, even from a cold, that they are not well. So we are saying, let's come up with information that is specific to women. Let's come up with a language that they'll understand, because men and women understand information differently. A woman will give her information, the facts, but she will also want the explanation. And you find that without that explanation, the behavior will not change, because most of the times what they'll hear or what they'll see is like, if you're a woman, you have to get sick. If you have this illness, you'll have to do this. Like treatment of cancer. We are not seeing enough people coming out to come and say, okay, as a woman, when you feel like this, see the doctor, get tested so that you can be treated. Why? Because the women are there, and I think it's because they're preoccupied with so many other things that even that communication you're doing actually does not reach them, because we tend to feel that one fits all, but it doesn't work that way. If we are going to do those health campaigns, we are going to target women who are young, we are going to target women who are, like 40 to 50, and then those of us who are 50 and above, because we have different health concerns. Like in Kenya, we have one radio station owned by a private company, and they have a program that says, I'll say it in indigenous language, Uliza Daktari, that is in Kiswahili, ask the doctor. And that radio program has educated very many women and men, because it's not specific to women. And the audience will ask for, symptoms, treatment, what can I do, what can't I do? So that if we have more people doing these health campaigns, we would have, we'll have healthier men, healthier women. And then when we're doing them, let's make sure that we are not just giving information. Because you see, you may give the correct information to the wrong group or give the wrong information to the right group. Let's have inclusivity so that we are making sure that whatever it is that we are talking about information that will empower. And then let's also have the images we're talking about earlier that will empower the woman to know that it is good, it is all right to seek for treatment. Let's have the images and the language that shows when you are not well, you are not well. Because we have a proverb in my language that says, even when a woman is sick, it is her work to cook. Even when she is unwell, it is her work to make sure that the people who are not unwell are fine. For me, as experts, like in this symposium. We have universities represented here, which have schools of medicine, schools of nursing, communication expert, everybody. How many of us have gone out there to even assist our local communities to explain some of these things? Because some of these things you need a communication person and will be able to, explain things in a language that can be understood. And I agree with the speaker who has talked about indigenous languages. Some things when you explain them in English or you explain them in another language is very difficult. And even some of them do not even, like the illnesses we have today, like I would be very surprised if I have more than 2 words that talk about cancer. In Kiswahili, we have, in Kenya, which is a national language, we have saratani. But in other languages that we have, people just will talk about cancer, the way the English word. So for me, let's create situations and settings that reflect the reality that 70% of the people who work in health are women. But how do we see them that way? No, 70% work. But you'll find that the women are either nurses, caregivers, all of that, and then the doctors, the surgeons, the consultants are all men. We come back to where we're talking about stereotypes. Let's do these healthy campaigns and make sure that the language is all right, the setting is all right, and then the group that you have will listen and then make sure that the woman is empowered to be able to take care of her body, to take care of the home, to take care of the family, and to make sure that, those images, we do away with them. That is why I'm happy you're talking about the media, because if we are showing a woman who is listening and a woman who is going to see the doctor, not the woman, like in the Kenyan context, when there was HIV and AIDS, the adverts showed that the women were the ones who were spreading it. But when in reality, a man would infect like 50 women, one man. But the media and everybody else decided that women were the ones who were infecting others with HIV. The latest COVID-19, more women than men were vaccinated. Why? Because when the campaigns were done, even the ones who did not even, they were not women or female specific, the women listened, they went and got vaccinated. So for me, let us try to make sure that the communication that we do, we inform, we educate, we influence to make sure that there's behavior change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Macharia. That was there. Thank you for your wealth of knowledge and experience that you're sharing with us. Basically, I like the fact that you mentioned that we should do the right. Can we mute somebody? Can it mute us? Okay. So basically, I like that you mentioned that we should go with the right information, and we should also try to use the indigenous languages, which is very important because most of the people who are really affected by these are people who are not the English speaking people. They speak their local languages and they need these informations to get to them. So yes, thank you. Thank you for that insight. So we'll now move to Dr. Anne Anjawo. Okay, yes, you're here. So my second question for you would be, how can journalists counteract the underrepresentation of women in media coverage and leadership role?
Yes, thank you very much again for the opportunity to share about this. My first point would be that if the male journalists within the media houses can be sensitized towards the narrative of women and the representation, then I think that would be a plus. Why do I say that? Think about the era in our lives when there was a time when, female roles were female roles and male roles were male roles. So that it was an abomination, for example, to see a man carrying a baby or a man washing dishes or even hanging clothes out on the line. But with time, you'd find that you meet a couple and the lady is walking free and the man is the one carrying the baby. And over time, of course, we came to internalize that as a norm in most cultures that we live in today. So if the male journalists within the media houses can begin having this narrative around the fact that we can also promote women into leadership roles, that we can also invite, it is okay to invite women to do one or two, three things. To interview the president, yes, it doesn't always have to be a man who has to interview the president whenever he calls for an interview by a media house. I think that would go a long way, so that when the male corrects themselves, I believe that it sort of breaks the ice, and that window is opened for us to begin having those conversations. The other thing that I mentioned before was that how journalists can counteract this is simply to seek out and interview women deliberately, so that when you want to talk about, let's say, money market, and you know of two people, one is a gent, one is a lady, then why don't you just go pick the lady, just so that you can have that balance within the media houses. I know we have the She Leads media campaign, which runs in Kenya, and it's supposed to run up to the end of this year, I believe. And this particular campaign highlights Kenya, the female leaders and their entrepreneurship voices that are amplified, the strides they have taken, the gains they have made, even as the challenges are also discussed. So I think when journalists proactively identify these women and bring them to the fore, then that is how we will be able to, counteract that narrative of how women are represented in their roles. Then the other thing I can talk about was mentioned by Angela, the issue of advocacy. It's really, really important, so that within the media houses, we can also advocate for gender quotas in media panels and in editorial teams. That would make sure that the political debates and the expert panels that we have also include female voices. Beyond that, we can also challenge the gender biases in news coverage. I know a society like the Association of Media Women in Kenya, I've ever seen whenever there is whenever something is in the media that is biased against women, they'll always issue a press statement and categorically condemn it, not just AMWIC. I've also seen other organizations that come up and say, no, it was not okay, and it should not be tolerated. So I think if we can do some of these things, then we will be able to promote women in leadership within newsrooms and also amplify female voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anjam, for your wonderful insights. Yes, I like the fact that you mentioned that we should be intentional about picking women. Yes, that's very about picking women, intentional about challenging gender biases. Always say, okay, we should go for the woman instead of just go for the man. Yes, that's an intentional effort. Thank you. And then last but not the least on our panel session, we have Dr. Ajay Ori Agbese. So I have your second question. Now, what role does the portrayal of women in African film play in shaping societal attitude towards gender equity?
Thank you, Judith. For the most part, I agree with everything my fellow speakers or panelists have said, because I think film plays an important role in bringing all these things to light. But I'd like to emphasize three main things I think we should consider. One of them is how other visual media portray women. For instance, comedy skits have become extremely popular across Africa. In Nigeria, it is said that online comedy skits are the third largest entertainment media or medium. And we've observed, for instance, that in many ways, the people who make these skits, they are using the same processes that films in Nigeria used. And I'm sure this is the same thing across Africa. And one of the things we have observed is the way films objectify women is also how comedy skits objectify women. In fact, comedy skits like Mr. Macaroni's comedy skits, the one that have the freaky daddy, those ones objectify and they sexualize women. I read a study, I think that came out last year, that actually said 85% of Mr. Macaroni comedy skits objectify and sexualize women. And most of these skits, they also tend to focus on women who have big breasts and big buttocks. And I would be willing to guess that this is also one of the reasons why we're seeing the number of plastic surgeries go up in Nigeria. More and more women are looking to have bigger breasts and bigger buttocks in Nigeria. And so we have to understand that film has enabled that kind of objectification to exist, and it is contributing to how people see women more as sexual beings or objects that all they require is money to do what needs to be done. We can also look at music videos, because I think a lot of us would agree that the music videos we have are dramatized, right? And in dramatizing messages, they are using film elements to tell these stories as well. So we are also seeing that in our music videos, women are also not being held to higher standards. Women are also not being celebrated for their achievements. So we are constantly seeing these negative portrayals, because that is how film has established in Africa how we should see women. And then we can also think of ways in which films define gender equity. What does gender equity mean to us as Africans? Oftentimes, when I watch films on gender equality from Africa, the definition is women want to be equal to men. And when you define gender equity that way, it automatically becomes a problem, because for many of our men, they do not see us as equal. And when I say us, I mean women. They don't see us as equal to men. And when you don't see people as equal, then you're going to do whatever you can to keep them in whatever place you think they need to be. So films contribute to that when they don't challenge these definitions or try to come up with African-based definitions of gender equity. So when women say we want equality, what are we asking for? And how do we demonstrate that through film? How do we teach what it is that we as Africans need to have an equal playing field for men and women so that we can coexist and we can succeed? We don't really address those things in our films. So films can do a lot there. And the third thing I think we should look at is how films socialize people about the roles women play in society. And like my fellow panelists have already stated, in many ways, mass media, whether they're using indigenous languages or it's news stories, in many ways, we teach people how to treat other people. We teach people what our roles and responsibilities are. We teach people what is important in a person and what is not important, what should be valued and what shouldn't be valued. Let's take domestic violence, for instance. We all talk about domestic violence and how big an issue it is, right? However, we don't tackle domestic violence across African mass media as a cultural problem that needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. So what are the cultural beliefs that we have about domestic violence in our different societies? And how can we tell stories that will begin to dismantle these perceptions, these attitudes, these values, these beliefs that we have about women and men and domestic violence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Sorry, please, can we mute ourselves? Can we mute ourselves? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Dr. Ajori Agbese. Yes, we can actually change through following your answers, yes, we can actually change the portrayal of women through our movies, our music, and most popular, the skit making thing that we do now. Yes, we can actually change all the portrayal of women through this um, medium. So we would not be able to take all our questions today because of time. Yes, we have more questions for our panelists, but we'll not be able to take all those questions because of time. But you agree with me that they have actually hit the nail on the head. Following the questions they have answered here today, they have given us great insight and given us some ways in which the media can actually change the portrayal of women outside in Nigeria and globally. So at this point, we would want to take some questions that I see on the chat box. I would start with, okay. Okay, so I see one question from Margaret. Okay, though as we said, please try to name yourself, rename yourself as your name and where you're calling in from or where you're joining this platform from. So we have Dr. Margaret, who says that for Dr. Anne Ajao, this question is for you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So she says that between inadequate men who don't live up to expectations and macho women who have assumed greater responsibilities, how do we find the ideal balance?
All right, thank you very much. My comments were made based on a story on our radio, national radio, that has tended to give those representations of male versus women. And so for me, I would look at it in terms of the media house. The internal policies should be strengthened so that the media house owns whatever is aired out there. Remember, people tend to believe certain things over time, and before then they believe them and they become a part of them. They domesticate those views. And so the internal policies should be able to cap that so that we have programming that is acceptable and that is sound. And then secondly, we also need to train our journalists within the media houses to know that we don't have to pander to the whims of what you're calling competition so that we outdo ourselves, but in the end up destroying the fabric that is within our society. Thank you.
Dr. Margaret, I hope that answers your question.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we also have another question from Dr. Margaret, and this is going to Dr. Agbese. Yes. What is driving the sexual objectification of women in social skits? Not only are these types of content more popular, the public, particularly the young, appear to have no issues with such narratives. So, Dr. Agbese, that question is for you.
Thank you. I think we can all agree it's money, right? Because those are the skits that after they go online, they go viral. When they go viral, they make money. So once you have a formula that is going to make money, people will definitely copy it. And unfortunately, because these skits or skit makers are also not trying to balance the narrative or balance the perspective, you're not going to have people challenging it. And what probably makes this worse is we are in situations in different parts of, I'll use Nigeria specifically, because that's the one that has been studied the most for this. We are in a situation where people are trying to make money. People are trying to survive. And so if the fastest way I can make money is to copy what others have done to make money, then it makes sense, right, that we will do it. So if we're going to talk about how we can handle this, one part of me wants to say, let's come up with counter narratives. But let's be honest, if a counter narrative does not make money or does not become viral, it's not going to have the impact we're hoping it will have. So maybe a more radical approach would be to have women saying, no, we don't want to play these parts. Or if you ask me to play this part, then you have to balance it in some way. So maybe that's what we need to have, whereby women are radically standing up and refusing to do or play these parts. But between all of us here and myself, I don't know if that will be successful. It will take a miracle because of how much money people are making and the fact that there are news stories that are showing people buying Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces and buying houses after houses from money they made on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. It's going to be a difficult fight. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be a difficult fight. And how are you even sure that more women will not agree to take the role and say, you're not ready, let me take this role and make my money? Yes, so thank you. But I guess you mentioned something very important, the intentional effort to say no. We have to equalize this role. Like, if you're going to make me do this, then there should be a man by the side to also do something like this. Thank you very much for that answer. And while we are going on with the question, I see a question, someone who already answered it, but also asked the question, and this is Toju Simon Tagema, who says that we may understand that monetization of content is driving this trend, which raises yet another question. And I'm sure this question still goes to Dr. Bese. He says that how can the tide be tamed, given that the promises financial gratification?
Well, like I just said, it will be difficult, but I can't help wondering, right? What if women started doing the same thing to men? How long will it last? What if women took men and sexualized and objectified them in comedy skits? How long will this trend continue? So, because sometimes when you give people the opportunity to play opposites, you might find a situation where what was popular is suddenly being attacked. And you know what? That could actually generate conversations or dialogue and push people to start doing something different. We can only hope and we can only try, but I can't help wondering, the rebellious part of it is, what if we put men in the same boat and have them objectified and sexualized? But like you rightly said, maybe it will cause more men to come out and want to play that role. So the money is the problem, and they're not getting paid in Naira, they're getting paid in dollars, which even makes it worse. So that is a challenge, but definitely a challenge that we should start looking into.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution and your answer to that question. And it is, I think you have actually raised a very big question here, because everybody's asking question on this skit making thing. So I did not even know it has been an issue until today. So yes, so Abimbola Kohamed is asking, what are the role of women that allow themselves to be portrayed in such light? Should women not also fight against the stereotype? What are the role of scholars, government agencies, NGO, religious leaders, parents, societies in shaping the narrative of female children, allowing themselves to be used by skit makers like Mr. Macaroni and the likes? My question is for Dr. Adeori. So the question is for you.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, skits are really, really popular and they're really easy to access. They're not like film that, you need to buy something or you need to subscribe to be able to get those films. So when it comes to how society, parents, different organizations or institutions can play a role, I think we actually need to start talking about. I haven't seen skits get the kind of academic attention that films have received. We're getting there, but it's just recent. I think when we started examining skits, we were focusing on their role during COVID. But now we're starting to see that they have an impact on gender empowerment. And so we need to start talking about them. We need to start talking about what makes them dangerous, why these portrayals are dangerous. And we also need to talk about standards and values. So have we as a nation lost our values? Have we lost our standards because of money? And if that is the case, then we need to go back to the drawing board. So media professionals, we know that money drives attention. We know money brings audiences. However, as members of society, I think parents can start having these discussions with their daughters. And women need to know that there is something to them that is beyond their physical parts, right? There is something beyond your looks that can get you there, which is why I think everything all the panelists have said today is important, which is we need to start building those foundations across mass media in Africa, not just in one place. So the more we have these conversations, the more we challenge these narratives, the more I think people will raise awareness as to the dangers of sending these kinds of messages to our girls and women in general. Can women stop? I don't know. I don't know, because again, it's financial. And maybe they like the attention. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they like the attention. But I think for the most part, it's financial, because I will be honest and tell you, I didn't know we had so many big-breasted women in Nigeria till I started watching skits. So it's been an interesting area of mass communication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Agbese. You agree with me that it's been a very, very wonderful session today, talking about this gender equity and how we can change the stereotype of how women are being portrayed in the media. And for my other panelists, I don't know if you have answers to the questions that have been raised, because I think we do not have more questions on the chat box. Do you want to contribute to the questions that have been asked? Okay, I'll take it that there are no answers. So at this point, we want to thank all our panelists for their insightful contributions and thought-provoking perspective on the various themes we have explored today. At this point, we would like to hear, we would like to also thank all our audience who have taken time to ask questions and participated fully by listening to the wonderful insights given to us by these powerful women. So you agree with me that it's been an impactful discussion, and at this point, we want to come to a close of this panel session. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists, Professor Angela Nwamo, Professor Sabiha Mula, Professor Juliet Macharia, Dr. Anne Anjao, and Dr. Ajay Ori Agbese for sharing their knowledge, expertise, and insights with us today. Your contributions have been nothing short of inspiring and have provided us with actionable strategies to address gender equity and women's empowerment through the media. I'd also like to thank our participants for your active engagement, questions, and dedications to advancing this important dialogue. Together, we have explored the critical intersections of media, gender, and empowerment. And I hope today's conversation has sparked new ideas and collaborations for the future. Finally, I want to extend my appreciation to the Center for Media and Communication, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos, for organizing this symposium and creating a platform for such meaningful conversations. I'm sure that every one of us here today have learned a thing. If you did not learn anything, learn that we should be Thank you all for being part of the symposium. We'll now go to continue. I'll now hand over the call to my colleague, Grace, who is going to continue with the remaining part of this session. Thank you all for having me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Judith. Thank you once again, everyone, for staying tuned up until this time. I saw that we have some more people that joined in the course of the panel session. You are most welcome. Thank you for making our time. Thank you for your time. And thanks again, like my colleague rightly said, to our very esteemed panelists. We really appreciate your valuable insights to the topic that were discussed. And I had a lot of takeaways myself, and I'm pretty sure we all do. So at this time, I would like for us to stretch a little. Just while you're still on your screen, look away from your screen and, stretch your hands, stretch your feet, just get some mobility, simple mobility while you're at it. And then we'll have our group pictures. We can already start turning on our cameras so we can see our beautiful faces and take the picture. Thank you. Let's keep the cameras coming in. Keep on. Oh, we have very beautiful people here. Thank you very much. Just keep 1 second. Very well. I was just trying to see the view session that allows for me to see everybody at a glance. Thank you. This looks beautiful. Please, let's put on a smile. Let's put on a smile. Smile for the camera, guys. Smile for the camera, ladies and gentlemen. You look very beautiful. Look very beautiful. Smile for the camera. Keep it coming. I'm still taking pictures, by the way. Some of us are not sharing our pictures. Rosemary, please. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Chiemelia, we cannot see your face. And we have a lot of people. Mr. Lawrence, Charles, please just put on your cameras. We need to see the faces now. You can't have such a beautiful face and hide it behind the screen. Thank you. Perpetual, Oluwadamilola, Faniran, Oreoluwa, Wanjiro, Ogechi Ekechi, Dr. Awago. Please, let's have okay, very good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this would be the last. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, once again. And right about now, I would like, if you have not introduced yourself, please feel free to do so in the chat box. Let us know where you're joining from. Let us know your name. Let us know your institution or organization, as the case may be. And we will be splitting into the different breakout rooms or syndicate rooms, as you may like to call it, for the paper presentations. We have quite a lot of paper presentations in today's symposium, and they have very interesting topics. I really wish I can be a part of every single syndicate room, because there are about 8 rooms and several topics to be discussed. So if you are not presenting, you may want to, explore the different rooms and gain knowledge. So for the first syndicate room, I'll just introduce the rooms and their chair and co-chair. before we break out the rooms. So for the first room, we'll be discussing media and gender-based violence against women in Africa. And this will be chaired by Professor Angela Mwamo of the Chukwemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. And the co-chair of this syndicate room is Dr. Kelechi Belinda of Ignatius Agoro University of Education. We also have the second syndicate room that will be discussing media and gender-based violence against women in Africa. Okay. I'm sure this must be a typographical error. This should be a different topic. Yes, but this second syndicate room will be chaired by Dr. Anne Anjao of Daystar University in Kenya, and will be co-chaired by Dr. Margaret Agadamba of the Pan-Atlantic University and Dr. Yusuf Mwazo of the Pan-Atlantic University. In the fourth syndicate room, we will be discussing film, storytelling, and women empowerment in Africa. And this will be chaired by Dr. Ajeori Agbese of the University of Texas, and co-chaired by Dr. Folakemi Ogungbe of the Pan-Atlantic University. And the fifth syndicate room, please mute yourself if you are unmuted. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the fifth syndicate room will be discussing issues around social media, activism, and women's rights in Africa. And this room will be chaired by Professor Juliet Macharia, our very own founder, and will be co-chaired by Dr. Charity Ben Enukora of the Federal University Oye-Ekiti. By the way, Professor Juliet Macharia is of the Karatina University in Kenya. And to the sixth syndicate room, it will be discussing marketing communication and gender-sensitive reporting in Africa, and will be chaired by Dr. Kehinde Oyesomi of the Covenant University and co-chaired by Dr. Mofoluke Akonja of Babcock University, and also co-chaired by Mrs. Abiodun Ogunshola of Dangote PLC. She will be an industry observer in this paper presentation, especially because the topic is around marketing. The seventh syndicate room, meet me, 1 second. Okay, yes, so sorry about that. So the seventh syndicate room will be discussing media, women health, and political participation in Africa. And this syndicate room will be chaired by Dr. Omolayo Jegede of Babcock University, and will be co-chaired by Dr. Chiemelia Obona of the Pan-Atlantic University. And finally, the last but not the least, the eighth syndicate room, where we'll discuss media, women's health, and political participation in Africa. And will be chaired by Dr. Eric Andova of Caleb University, Nigeria, and co-chaired by Dr. Adeola Oyeleke of Alex Ekweme Federal University, and also co-chaired by our very own director, Dr. Nelson Okorie of the Pan-Atlantic University. So ladies and gentlemen, I indulge you to please participate, contribute, give your views and opinion. I will be breaking out in less than 90 seconds into our various syndicate rooms, and it will be very good that we take part of it, be participatory and save our time. So each speaker will be allotted 15 minutes to present their paper and another 15 minutes to respond to questions and answers that will come out of the question. I must have missed the third syndicate room. Forgive me, forgive me. Okay, so the third syndicate room will be discussing media and women's health in Africa. And this room will be chaired by Professor Shabiha Mola of the University of South Africa. And she will be assisted by her co-chair, Dr. Olayinka Ogundoyin of Bowen University. So please let's endeavor to cooperate, give insights, contribute. And I think there is a prize at the end of the paper presentation. So please, chairs and co-chairs, do well to look out for the outstanding presentations in your rooms. Thank you very much. I will be coming in every now and then in the different rooms to see how we are faring. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Okay, please, if you are not presenting a paper and you are not sharing any of the syndicate rooms, you are free to choose a syndicate room of your choice and join. Yes, but if you are presenting a paper, we will have to assign you to the particular syndicate room where your paper will be accepted. And if you have been assigned already, kindly click on the join button showing on your screen so you can join the syndicate room where you belong to and be with the rest of your team. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, you please ask your question.
Yes, I'm sorry. How do we access a room? Is there something that we press?
Do you have anything showing on your screen?
No, I don't have anything on my screen.
Are you presenting a paper?
No, I'm not. I'm just a listener.
Okay, so you can just click on the breakout rooms at the bottom part of your screen, right? If you're using your laptop. You can
Do I
just
click on
join
whiteboards?
No, breakout rooms.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So it lists out the available rooms, and you pick a topic that interests you.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome. Please let me know if you need any
Hello,
form of
Grace.
help.
Hello, Grace. Well done. Yeah.
Thank you very
Jekede
much.
Omolayo is my name. I'm to
I
chair
know
a
you're
session.
presenting a paper.
Yeah, I'm to chair a session. And I
Yeah,
don't know how to get to my.
Let me put you in your room. Just 1 second, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Omolayo. Syndicate 7.
Syndicate 7. Oh, great.
Yes,
So I can easily move on. Okay. Okay, so any other person that needs
Yes, morning.
Good morning, Alima. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm presenting as well, Syndicate 7.
Okay, Syndicate 7, Alima Adekunle.
Yes.
Yes, you. Any other person?
Hello, yeah, good morning, Grace. Syndicate
Good
5.
morning, Syndicate
Oludolapo
5.
Adegobi. Yeah.
Oludolapo, Syndicate 5. Please, Lot Lego, please, you can unmute your mic and speak. You have your hand raised.
I'm also presenting Syndicate Session 3. Gloria.
Syndicate 3.
Yes.
Syndicate 3, Gloria.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Abimbola, where are you? Are you presenting?
I'm not presenting, I'm just a listener, but I want to join Syndicate 6. But I'm
Okay,
finding
so go to the breakout rooms and scroll. Syndicate 6, just scroll and choose the topic of your interest. Thank you. Gloria Modu, you are presenting in Syndicate
3.
3.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay, 1 second, please. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm co-presenting with Dr. Wenchas Cook. My name is Salom Imam Odo.
Do
Syndicate
you
9.
know Syndicate? There is no Syndicate 9, please.
On the
We
program
have up to
outline.
8.
Okay.
We have up to 8. You said, let me just know who you're presenting with.
Dr. Wenchas Cook.
Win Charles. Okay. I'll locate you. Okay. Salom Dogby. Salom Dogby syndicates. The same syndicate as Win Chair. Win Charles. Ezel Chika, please let us know your syndicate room. 3. Okay. Oludolapo Agbejobi. Okay. Aigbedion Evelyn. Okay. Omale Gloria Ene.
Yeah, Oludolapo, yes. Syndicate 5.
Syndicate 5, Oludolapo.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Amarachi, Simon Syndicate 7.
Okay. Syndicate 7, Simon
Yeah.
Sabena.
Yes.
Okay, if you're yet to be assigned to a syndicate room and you don't know your room, please let us know. If you are not presenting, click on the breakout room icon at the bottom of your screen and choose a syndicate room that has a topic that catches your fancy.
Hello, Grace. I've been trying to do that. I'm seeing the icon, but each time I click on it, it's showing me room 4, but I don't want to join room 4. I want room 6.
Okay,
so
scroll. You should be able to scroll.
I can't. It's just showing me
room
join
6.
breakout room.
Abimbola, you want room 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that from our end.
Thank you.
All right. No.
Okay, Grace, I'm also waiting.
Yes, Simon is
to
still
be assigned to
waiting,
room 6.
Sagema. You said room what, please?
7.
7. Simon, Sagema, room 7.
Syndicate 7.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't see that I'm still seeing Bimbola.
Hello.
Please,
Hi.
Lego, you can speak.
How do I join the room that speaks on the gender pay gap, or is related to my
gender pay gap? We don't have a topic around gender pay gap. Let me see.
or anything related to the economy and women in media? That
Okay, women in media, economy. Just give me a second, please. We have social media activism. That's not it. Marketing communication, gender sensitive reporting. Media women, women health, political participation. I don't know now. There's none talking about gender pay gap. So you may want to consider.
Let me ask you. Enhanced gender, how do you get?
Hello, ma.
Hello, yes,
ma.
Please. Ma'am Didi, you are supposed to be presenting.
Hello, ma.
I can hear you.
Please. I was assigned to Syndicate 7, but the host there said I shouldn't be there. I should be in Syndicate 1. How do I get to Syndicate 1?
Didi.
Yes, ma'am.
Syndicate 1. So when they assign you, please click on the join button on your screen. Accept to join. There will be a dialog box on your screen. You click join and you'll be in the room.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oludolapo, I can hear you.
Yes, it keeps taking me to Syndicate 7. That's the breakout room button up.
Yeah, and where are you supposed to be?
Okay.
Chideka, you can speak.
I'm still waiting. Abimbola, room 6.
Please, which room am I? I'm in the first group, gender-based violence. Please, which room?
I haven't sent a link. Please set it to go longer before it closes. Set it to stay longer before it closes. That's not what I mean.
I have to be there by 12. Maybe you can use our own phone. Maybe your phone can connect to you.
Please, I put a message in the chat. Please, can you read it? Thank you.
Where's the chat so I can read the message there? I see no chat. I see no chat. Ah, network.
You can't use my phone and see I'm doing something. This one I'm doing, I have a deadline for it. You know,
Stop talking. Your voice is entering my Zoom meeting. Your voice is entering my Zoom meeting. Stop talking. It's not connecting.
My own connection.
You want to connect. You are busy.
Thank you, sir. Back to meeting. Sign up, sign in. Which one do I do? Back to meeting. Sign up, sign in.
Back to meeting.
Okay.
So they may not can ask you for meeting ID and this passcode. That's what you need. So once you are in, you are in. And because I've updated your list. Okay. See if it's still in February.
Hello, Grace. Yeah, I'm still waiting to be assigned to room 5.
We've moved you. I don't know, Oludolapo. So the thing is, when they assign you to a room, you get a dialog box on your screen. You have to click on the join button in that dialog box. It's prompting on your screen now, so you have to also accept.
Yes,
we
it
cannot
keeps taking me
put
to
you there.
room 7. I keep entering room 7 every time I click on it. I'm supposed to be in room 5.
So are you in 7? When you're in 7, you want to be in room 6, right?
5, room 5.
Room 5. So be in the room 7, and then we can easily switch you over.
Okay, let me go there now. All right, thank you.
Just accept and join the room. Oludolapo should be in 5. So move to 5. Okay. Now, where are you? Adedoku. Hello, Dr. Adeola, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Oyeleke, can you hear me, please? Please accept to join your syndicate room so you
Hello,
can
I
present
can
your
hear
paper.
you. I'm with you, though my pitch is so bad.
Okay, ma. Okay, so we've assigned you to your syndicate room, but we need you to also collaborate by accepting to join that room.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, so please, you've been assigned. You'll see a dialog box on your screen, and you have to click on that dialog box to join your syndicate room.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
No, I don't know.
You're in syndicate room 8. Please accept. Okay, Gloria Omale, please. Sorry. Paul C. Mwabiku. You mentioned briefly the room you would like to join.
Yes, how do I achieve that?
Room 3, right?
As health, yes.
Okay. The sad thing is where you are, I cannot even move you. Okay, let me put you in a waiting room.
Don't worry, I'm moving.
Okay, thank you. So room 3. But please accept the invite. You need to accept to be in that room. Okay, Esther Ogunkunle. Dr. Anthony Uche. You're supposed to be in room.
Room 1, I guess.
Anthony Uche. Anthony Uche is in room 1. Okay. So let me assign you. Okay, good. Good. Just accept so you can go into that room. We cannot forcefully put you there.
Please accept the invite.
The floor is open now for you to do that. Please go ahead. Questions, observations. Thank you so much, Tolu. All right. So the floor is open now for contribution. Hello, are we still here? Comments? No comments.
So, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you,
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ezurike, for that nice presentation.
All right, go ahead, Joshua.
Okay, ma'am. So my question would be around the marketing, because honestly speaking, I really enjoyed the MarTech, you opened my eyes to new knowledge. So my question would be, what marketing technologies are most accessible to female creatives and entrepreneurs? Because in the creative economy, you realize that some resources are far away from being accessible. Some resources are close to you. And like they say, info, lay of info. So you need information to do a lot of things. So my question is, these marketing technologies, which ones are accessible to female creators and entrepreneurs that they can, easily reach out to and scale their businesses? Thank you.
I don't know whether I should take more or the other.
Yes, please just take all the questions together and you just answer.
Okay.
Do we have more questions, comments, observations?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, please. Hi,
All right.
Shat.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ezurike, for the presentation. Would you mind recommending some specific MarTech strategies that African women can adopt? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a good one too.
All right, any other observation?
Okay, let me just take them. Okay, so I think they are nice questions. A bit of caveats. I may not be able to speak extensively on the products for some reasons. I actually find myself having to project some products. So this is not a place to project any particular product, but I'll make it easier for you to understand. And the good thing is that the explosion of AI and Gen AI has also given us room for free-to-use tools. What we simply advise creative sector players and indeed businesses is to be able to be intentional about building what we call a marketing stack, a marketing technology stack. Marketing technology stack simply means dimensioning your typically in the basic marketing, you have what you call the top of the funnel, the middle of the funnel, the bottom of the funnel stages of marketing. So for each of them, for instance, at the top of the funnel, you're attracting potential customers and generating leads. So you have, what kind of content creation tools do you have? The basic Canva and all of that. But again, you also have content creative material like Jasper AI, Copy AI, all of these tools are all available. Some of them are free to use. Automated social media postings, of course, your huge suits, SEO and PPC, that is for your building your basic awareness tools. For things like consideration, you have your email automation process where you have the net calls. I'm sure you know about net calls, one of the most popular platforms in this part of the world. They are popular because of the level of personalization they have been able to adopt. We move in a situation where somebody will tell you, we are moving into a situation where somebody will write you a mail and say, not only saying, Nabife, would you like this pair of socks? To move into, Nabife, this pair of socks will actually match your shoes, your brown shoes, because you have bought brown shoes in the past. I'll just give you an example. This is the deeper level of personalization we can actually drive. So from the top of the funnel to middle of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel, the products are there. But what has happened is that when you talk about MarTech, it's about having a system that ensures that all of these processes are tied to one source of truth, one source of analytics, and one source of reporting. So some of them actually are currently available now, wherein whether it is your lead generation process, whether it's your marketing process, whether it's your analytics process, whether it is your measurement process, there is a single source of truth that analyzes and sifts those information that will tell you that this person is more likely to be engaged through WhatsApp rather than SMS. So you save costs. And when it engages the customer, for instance, this information is available to all the channels at the same time. So you don't have duplication of effort. So because of deep analytics, because of deeper level of personalization, you're able to understand the customer, the machine keeps learning, and the process keeps getting better. Over time, what happens is that you can conveniently analyze a customer, classify your customers, segment them according to their journeys over time, and begin to engage them in a way that can actually achieve up to 70% level of accuracy. We have had businesses that have been able to scale through the kind of content they use to engage customers. Some of businesses might not be might sound common, but what makes it different? Building a marketing technology stack is a process that is.
Yeah. Sometimes, you cannot go to a place where conflict exists. So I used mobile phone. There are heroine journalists who went directly to the conflicting area, and I managed to meet one and interviewed, using the mobile phone. And another one, she lived here in the capital city, so face to face. So these are the mechanisms I used. Purposive sampling was used to select participants. For instance, these participants, one of the interviewee is the chairperson of the Ethiopian National Association for Women with Disabilities, because she knows the consequences. She knows so many victims. She knows so many women who became disabled because of the conflicts. So she is one of my sources. The second, a woman program producer for FM radio. So she has brought so many cases from the field. And the third one is a former senior journalist, researcher, and current consultant. So these three women are my information source. Theoretically, standpoint feminist theory is used. And this theory posits that women's unique social positions provide valuable insights and perspectives on social realities. It highlights, the theory highlights the knowledge that emerges from the shared conditions and experiences of women. So in this context, this theory is used to analyze the indigenous knowledge that women use for peace building and how that knowledge represented in the media. A recurrent theme was in the mainstream media neglect of women's issues, including their indigenous knowledge and wisdom. They are represented all the time as victims, as vulnerables. There is a lack of promotion of cultural values and limited representation of women in peace process. The media totally ignores these social values. For example, women were notably absent from the recent Pretoria Protocol. I said men are predominantly information sources, so these men are promoting the war, the conflict, instead of calming down the conflict. The conflict emanates between two sisters and brothers, two communities, the same nations. So women's voices are marginalized, not integrated with the general issues. So these are the observation based on the sample contents and the interviews, and from my personal experiences. Women's roles are not narrated, lack of gender sensitive reporting, media perpetuates the stereotypes, as mentioned earlier, and media ownership and regional biases. For instance, in Ethiopia, every region has its own media. So every region, advocates its own ethnic values. It stands against reintegration of different ethnicities. So this is one problem. Lack of first-hand information of journalists, because there are here and there conflicts. Journalists cannot have access to information directly. Women are not included in the reconciliation. So to mention some of the traditional values, the traditional instruments women have, breast diplomacy is one, for instance. Women use their breasts, to stop.
You have 3 minutes more.
Okay, let me jump into the final ones. So what do I recommend? The media should prioritize for social reconciliation over political reconciliation, represent victims' voices. The media should create platforms for women to share their experiences through media. Let women talk their sufferings, and their stories will guide us to the solution, because using this media and recognizing women's wisdom and empowering women in formal networks, and recognizing these informal networks by legal frameworks. So implement professionalism is another one. When you implement professionalism, you can fight against this ethnic-based biases. So not prioritize sensationalism. I may stop here. Thank you so much. I will I will react, for questions in the remaining 15 minutes. Yes?
Thank you. That was a good presentation. This is the co-chair here. While we're waiting for our chair to come on, maybe network issues.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Belinda. I'm back.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, can you all hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I had network issues. Thank God I'm back. Yes. So, Garadesh, thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. You really tried to keep to the time. The presentation was clear and to the point. So thank you so much. I read your paper. I don't know whether I should be the first to comment on your paper or allow others to ask you questions before I look at the technical issues I saw in the paper.
It's okay. As I said, it is ongoing research, so you can ask me, you can comment everything. Because it
Thank you
helps
so
me.
much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So let's begin with the topic. Let's look at the topic, media's representation of women's roles of peace building, the case of Ethiopia. So if you look at the topic, media's representation, the topic says content. Are you with me on that?
Yeah, I'm following. Yes, sir.
Yeah, media's representation, meaning you want to look at the content of the media to see how they represent women, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the first thing I noted. Content. Media's role of it should be women's roles in peace building, but that's a minor thing in peace building. But I looked at the topic. The topic says content analysis, but you didn't do content analysis. Rather, it was just you used the interview. So I think that's a problem. If you intend to publish it, the topic must align with the methodology you use. So let's move from the topic to the abstract. The very first sentence there, Ethiopia, a nation of over 85 ethnic groups, post.
All right. No, please, but thank you very much for the audience too as well. It's been a great presentation.
All right, thank you very much. So please, the second speaker, could you kindly begin? Your talk is on the role of X in promoting awareness and advocacy against GBV. That is Yetunde.
Review.
And remember, you have 15 minutes. Is she there or she left? I think, again, not there. So I think we can go to
she's not on the call. I can't see her.
Yeah, I've just noticed she's not on the call, but she was there before.
Yeah, she introduced herself earlier.
No problem. Can we go to Ifeyinwa Awagu? Yeah.
She's here.
Yes.
She's with us.
It's
Yes.
12:30 now. So Ifeyinwa Awagu, if you're ready, your time. (12:31).
Are you starting? Ifeyinwa Awagu, so that we can start timing. Can you unmute? You are muted. If you are Wagu, you are muted.
Who is the next person after if you wanna take that?
Christabel. Is Christabel here? Yeah,
Next
Christabel is with
person.
us.
No, and Antonia Ibitoye.
Antonia is not on the call.
Okay. Then Christabel is there.
Christabel, can you unmute? Christabel, you are muted.
Yes, yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, all.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
sorry, please give me a few minutes to share my slide. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes. Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm going to start now. My topic, I'm Christabel Ewono from Admiralty University of Nigeria. My topic is effectiveness of social media campaign against gender-based violence. This study assesses the effectiveness of social media platform in tackling gender-based violence in Nigeria, focusing awareness and behavioral change among young adults. It examines how platforms like Twitter, which is now X, serve as advocacy tools in the nation where gender is a major issue. The research highlights the potential of social media in combating GBV through collaborations between activists, politicians, and online platforms, aiming to improve campaign success and create safe online space. My objective is to examine respondent awareness on GBV issues, to assess respondent exposure on social media campaigns on GBV, to evaluate respondent attitude towards survivors, to ascertain respondent intention to support survivors. The statement of problem, I reduced my statement of problem into two, which is the persistent challenges and the digital dilemmas. Gender-based violence in Nigeria is common because many people blame the victims and the laws are weak. This means survivors often stay silent and abusers are not punished. So our article shows this problem and our article shows how this problem makes social media campaign important. Social media, especially Twitter or X, can help survivors to speak out, to get support, and to push for stronger laws. X also helps change laws and policies, pushing government officials and law enforcement to act against those who commit domestic violence, gender-based domestic violence. The roles of social media in changing public course on GBV. First, raising awareness. According to my study, platforms like X and other social media platforms serve as a modern public sphere, enabling large discussion on issues like gender-based violence by leveraging on hashtag and viral content. These platform
research method do you want to use in order to get your data? The research method you want to use to gather your data. Hello?
Gloria,
Hello?
you need to unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma, I had your question. Can you hear me?
I can hear you quite
Okay,
well.
ma. I intend going to the hospitals where they have dialysis centers to see if I can get the number of people living with kidney failure from the hospitals, because I can't get like when you're conducting a research, like using the population of Anambra State. Population of Anambra State cannot give me this. So I intend to go to the hospitals to get the record.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Will it now be a qualitative study or quantitative study?
Wow. It's going to be a quantitative study.
Okay. 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 And I think you should also try to engage the media personnel, why that has not been on the agenda, because it's a critical area where, the populace should know about and guard against. Thank you very much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, maybe adding a qualitative component is also important so that you can hear the stories from the people. But moving on due to time, I see we have 2 questions. Please, we need to be quick. Oyedemi, you can go ahead, and then we'll take Tolafelo.
Thank you very much, ma. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to commend the last speaker for that presentation. In addition to the observation of our co-chair, I want to say I also noted that aspect of the presentation talking about the high rate of kidney failure, because when any presentation is going into the media space or public space, one must be, conscious of giving a representation if there is no source to back up the fact. Then I also want to say to the speaker, I think this work
Younger females to know that there's a future for them and all of that. So we go to conclusion. Sorry. In conclusion, Nollywood has played a pivotal role in reshaping the representation of African women in film, helping to elevate their status from passive, stereotypical figures to strong, independent protagonists through films that portray women in leadership roles, navigating personal and professional challenges. And so there are a lot of films like that which have done that, which can be referenced to that effect, that have projected women in that passive and active women in leadership. And so when women, Nollywood, females in Nollywood films are being encouraged, even the males, all the filmmakers are being encouraged to showcase women, to change this status quo of men being the ones in powerful ones in leadership and all of that, and then try to showcase women in passive roles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Perpetual. Thank you so much. And hopefully when we have time for the questions, you can tell us a little bit more about the specific films you studied and the challenges that still exist in the industry. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Dr. Chika Nabuife, or is it okay, I'm sorry, Chika Nabuife from Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Awka, whose presentation is entitled Sex, Power, and the Silver Screens, Exploring the Representation and Impact of Female Sexuality and Empowerment in Select Nollywood Films. Chika Nabuife, I know I saw you here earlier. I don't know if you left
Yes,
again.
I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Are you sharing slides or you're just going ahead with the presentation as is?
No, I'm going to share a slide. I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to be a little, I don't know. I'm currently at a defense, so I just stole a little time to have this presentation and head back in.
Okay. Do you want us then, we can move on to the next presenter and have you be the last one?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just go on. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see you, but we can't see your screen yet.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, please.
It's okay.
Share screen. I'm so sorry, please. Okay, please let me just move on in order not to waste our time. Let me just carry on without the screen. So my topic is on power and the silver screens, exploring the representation and impact of female sexuality and empowerment in select. Now,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to
done
interrupt.
over time.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Somebody else's
Okay.
presentation was showing. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Can I go ahead, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So from researches that have been carried out over time, a change or a shift in the way storytelling has actually captured women in Nollywood. It's no longer as bad as it used to be. Now, what we do not know, and what this study tried to find out, was to see if Nollywood is actually still putting a lot of emphasis on existing stereotypes, or if they no longer do that, if they do not reflect these existing stereotypes, what exactly are they doing with it? That is what our study tried to find out. Now, we had a list of objectives for this study, which included to analyze the ways in which female sexuality is portrayed in select Nollywood films, to examine whether these portrayals align with or challenge the traditional gender stereotypes, to investigate how Nollywood films frame female empowerment, which is so important. How do Nollywood films frame female empowerment and the extent to which this representation is either progressive or exploitative? We went ahead also to assess audience perception of female
in the past, or how women are currently using look at about
Hello, we lost you. We can't hear you. We lost you. Hello? We lost you. We lost you. We lost you. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was talking about proverbs, and I'm saying that we know that proverbs is like, you know, in the Yoruba language, they say Owe Leshin Oro, and this is about Yoruba women. So proverb is what strengthen your communication, what strengthen your words. So some of the examples of proverbs that Yoruba women use, even in these modern days on social media to communicate, include something like Igigogoroma Guniloju. You know, it means that it means that literally when you avoid or dodge that from injuring you. So they use this expression, for instance, especially the Jebu women and Yoruba generally, to express preparing
women actors in NSAS that were recorded by
women actors in the NSAS movement. We have that was the focused presented paper, who was one of the leading figures in the course of the protest. That is after her activism in the Bring Back Our Girls movement. We have other women like a like 22-year-old lady at that time in Lagos, who utilized her media savvy and fandom to present a very powerful voice in the protest. In fact, this earned her a recognition as a member of the panel that was eventually set up by the Lagos State government to investigate cases of police harassment. We have another very brave lady, DJ Switch, who streamed live the shootings at the Lekki toll gate, which made it tough for the Nigerian government to deny the atrocities at the toll gate. In fact, she had to follow up because despite the live stream, which was watched by millions of people across the globe, the Nigerian government and the Nigerian army denied, involvement at the Lekki toll gate, which prompted her to speak up even more on the atrocities at Lekki, which actually enhance the transparency of the protest. We have other ladies, other women, in fact, and even coalitions like Feminist Coalition, a group of women that came together to render support to the protest. So this protest presented a very big push to answers. And in fact, this one we are prominent in this regard. But the question is, to what extent do the media frame this role as feminist agency, and how does this speak to the question of women's representation within the Nigerian state? Now, situating this study within Nigeria's socio-political dynamics, women constitute about 50% of Nigeria's population. But unfortunately, that is from available records, but unfortunately, less than 5% of women were elected into the National Assembly as at the last election season. And this is a trend that has continued over the years, at least since Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999. There is data to this effect. And then you have the same repeating with women who are appointed into cabinet position. But even more worrisome is how these women who make it to the public political space are perceived and indeed considered. The drama raging right now in the National Assembly is right here before us. I wouldn't want to dabble much into that because it is something that already is in the public courts, morality court, the courts of law, and even the National Assembly. So I wouldn't want to dwell on that. But the question is, these women that make it, how are they perceived? That is for the elective positions. And for the appointed positions, what is the nature of the cabinet positions that we give to women? Typically, we have one by default, Minister of Women Affairs is by default. So you have every government having a Minister of Women Affairs. And those roles that also help to even increase this stereotypical perception of women. It is only once also that we had a woman into the Ministry of Defense. But quite often you have them pushed to education, some try economy and all of that. So even the pattern of appointments depict this stereotype that we are talking about. Then there are so many factors that contribute to this marginalization. We have legal constraints, socio-cultural, political constraints, media framing, information disorder, and quite a number of factors that constrain this representation of women within the Nigerian socio-political space. So the contribution of this paper is to see how women's role in social movements is framed and what this speaks to feminist agency within the Nigerian socio-political space. The research methodology, I leveraged Norman Fairclough's three-dimensional framework to critical discourse analysis. The framework focuses on, of course, discourse analysis interrogates communication within context and how discourse or communication perpetuates ideology and questions about the dynamics of power, relations of power, all that. So to what extent do our discourse, contribute to questions of dominance, inequality, and power dynamics? But Fairclough specifically dwells on the socio-cultural aspect to discourse analysis. Of course, there are other variants, like we have Ruth Waddock's discourse historical approach, which interrogates the historical dynamics to discourse, and Twain Van Dyke's a psychosocial aspect, which focuses on the psychological aspects of discourse. But my own focus is more on Norman Fairclough's sociocultural approach, which looks at the text, the very content that analyzing, and then discourse practice. What are those discourse practices that are used to present the text? In this case, for instance, frames, choice of words, and all of those. Then you have the social practice, which is the overriding, the trend on ground, and how that discourse resonates within that sociocultural milieu. In this case, Nigeria's history of women's marginalization as presented in the previous section. The corpus in the study derives from 68 news stories that have been, obtained on women's involvement in EndSARS from 4 purposefully selected newspapers: The Guardian newspaper, which is a legacy elitist newspaper in Nigeria; The Punch, which is one of the most prominent popular newspapers in Nigeria; then we have a Daily Trust, which represents northern perspectives to issues in Nigeria; and Premium Times, an emerging and very, very vibrant digital platform renowned for investigative journalism and firebrand journalism. Data collection involved a keyword search of names of these women identified who played leading roles in EndSARS, like I earlier mentioned: Aisha Yusufu, Renu Odwala, DJ Switch, and Feminist Coalition, and other women that have identified who played leading roles in EndSARS. The analysis will be subjected to Faircloth's 3D approach of text, discourse practice, and social practice to examine how these stories framed women's involvement in the EndSARS protest. Now, finding, like the previous presenter, mine too is work in progress, but I think I have walked myself through data collection and analysis, and at this point, I'm wrapping up the draft of the final manuscript. So I think I can speak confidently on the findings of the study. Findings depict that women were positively framed in the course of our EndSARS coverage. Yes, I must appreciate and acknowledge that this is a qualitative study. So the emphasis here is not on quantification. Otherwise, the number is quite negligible. 68 stories from 4 newspapers for a period of 3 months. I sampled from October through December. For a period of 3 months is quite negligible. This also, like the first presenter, is coming from my PhD thesis. And from the quantitative data that I got on this, there are way over 1,000, over 2,000 stories from 4 newspapers within just the first month of the protest. So to have in all 60-something stories on women's involvement is negligible. But I'm not looking at this angle per se. I'm looking at how these available stories framed women's involvement in the protest. So with this, I'm not bothered about the negligible number, but the quality of the coverage that these women were subjected to. Findings indicate that women were portrayed as leading figures in EndSARS. Yes, EndSARS was a leaderless protest majorly, but the few women who made their way into EndSARS were projected as leaders of the protest. Renew, for instance, was projected as the leader of the protest in Lagos because of the leading role she played. She mounted up camps before government house, distributed blankets, and encouraged people to come out and support the protest, both online and offline. Aisha Yusuf will lead at Abuja. And so these women were projected as such in the coverage that they were accorded. DJ Switch also is projected in her own nature as a leader of the protest by, streaming live the shootings at the Lekki toll gate. So this was not denied. The findings also indicate that women were depicted as mobilizers, and this specifically refers to the roles of women like Renew, who mobilized people, distributed blankets for those who would be in the cold, and then the Feminist Coalition that raised funds. Within a span of 1 week, this group raised over 74 million naira in support of the protest. And so several women are projected as playing supportive role in the course of the protest. Then we have bravely encouraged women projected as brave. We have Aisha Yusuf, for instance, confronting the police at Abuja, and the pictures also go viral. In fact, that is one of the iconic pictures on EndSARS, where she came face to face with the police and dared them to shoot her if they would. Then DJ Switch, who streamed the protest, and then we also have the framing of women.
Yeah, about 3 minutes.
All right, I'm running up. Women as our victims, and this refers specifically to women who came under scrutiny, like Aisha, as I earlier said, when she was threatened, with death threats and prayers over her life in mosques and all. It could be distressing. Then we have a lawyer whose passport was seized, and not only her, even DJ Switch came under very serious security surveillance. So women are also projected as victims of state repression due to their activism in answers. But for theoretical and practical implications, we notice that there is regional undertone in the coverage. For instance, Daily Trust has shockingly only 4 entries in this corpus, only 4 stories, and I come very, very well. I have both online and offline data, archival data to this effort, and I have only 4 entries on women's activism in answers. And to imagine that Aisha has northern affiliations in a way. And you have, but overall, the framing, despite the negligible number, the framing was positive. But the question here is, if women play leading roles in protests like we have in the case of the pre-colonial era, down to bring back ideas and answers, and women indeed played leading roles, and we are framed as such, but this marginalization within the social political space continues, then the question that all of us must look for answer is, why is this thriving? If we have women leading protests and then they are positively framed as well, but that their marginalization still persists in society, I think this calls for concerted effort and advocacy to see what is behind this and how best the marginalization can be addressed. And I think on this note, thank you for your audience and attention.
Thank you so very much for your presentation. I think you used up your 15 minutes. Am I right, Dr. Ogona? Hello?
Yeah,
sorry.
Hello, are you listening?
Sorry. I said you left about 2 minutes. I was muted before I didn't.
Okay, sir. You said you used about 15 minutes.
You just left 2
Is that what you said, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. All right. Oh, sorry, I was muted too. Thank you, Mr. Todu Simon Tagema. I hope I'm correct. All right, so we listened to him. Let's have our comments and our questions, please. And let us go straight to the point so that we can use our time wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toju Simon Tajema. Am I correct? Wonderful presentation. I think for me, my question will come from the methodology. I didn't really understand the Norman 3D approach. So I don't know if you can just go over it again, because I feel like this is like the first time I'm hearing about it. So it was a bit confusing for me. Thank you.
Okay, can I respond?
You are very correct. What was the name of, is that Miss
Halima.
Adekunle,
Yes,
Halima
Oyintiladun.
Adekunle, okay, from Pan Atlantic University.
Yes,
As a
ma'am.
matter of fact, even in the body of the paper, he needs to provide better explanation of his methodology. But I will still get to that. But now, even in your presentation, it has been pointed out that the explanation you gave should be, expatiated. So please talk more briefly, succinctly on your methodology in clear terms, especially to Miss, am I right? Is it Miss or Dr. Halima Adekunle?
No, Miss Halima.
Okay, Miss
Yes.
Halima Oyintiladun. I like your middle name, Oyintiladun Adekunle. Okay, so please let's we see you, Mr. Todu Simon Tajima.
Okay, thank you very much. Norman Fairclough, I think I would provide that it has a 3-dimensional framework that he proposes for critical discourse analysis. The first, there's a diagram for that. I will supply it in the course of revising the paper. The first stage of the analysis looks at the text. That is what you are using. The text must not only be written text, it could be pictures, it could be anything, but that thing you consider as the text, the basic unit of the analysis. In my own case, the text is news stories that focus on women's roles in answers. But the text could be anything. So the text here is, the basic unit of the analysis. From the text, we now graduate to the next level of the analysis, which look at the discourse practice. Discourse practice here refers to, what went into presenting the text. Like, for instance, what frames were used to present the text, what ideological resources were used, what terms, what words, what phrases, what angles, for instance, were deployed to present that text in question. At this point, you are concerned with the formal properties of this text that you are analyzing. And then having looked at that holistically, it takes you to the last stage of the framework, which is the social practice. Social practice discusses the interrelationship between this discourse practice and the greater, the social practice. This discourse practice is limited to the media environment. So it's focused on what obtained in the newspapers. You're looking at the frames, the words choice, the angles from which stories come, but these are basically what is from the papers. But social practice now connects this discourse practice with norms, trends in society. So if it is this way, how does it resonate with what obtains in the society? So you have the researcher looking at the discourse, approaching the discourse from the perspective of the text, then the discourse practice, how it was presented, and the social practice, how it resonates with trends in the society.
Ms. Halima, are you satisfied with this explanation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think it's a lot clearer now. And the way you have explained now, I read through your work. I read through your work. It's a bit bulky because we were told to submit 6 pages, but you submitted I think about 19 pages. So, but I still read through it. I thank God for the strength to go through it. So,
sorry for the
please,
strength.
please, you have to simplify the methodology for your readers to be able to understand. You will agree with me that your readers will not have the opportunity that Ms. Halima had this afternoon to call you to explain certain aspects of your work to her. Your readers will not have that opportunity of calling you to come and explain to them. So, and if they cannot at a glance understand what you're talking about, in the field of communication, we say that once the intended meaning is not what is passed to the audience, then communication has not taken place. So please make your simplify your methodology and other aspects of the work. I will speak to some of the areas, where I have concerns, but I would like other presenters and my co-chair to talk. So after the presenters, the co-chair will make his comments if he has comments to make before I now wrap up that. All right, so if you have any comments, please, other presenters, if you have comments, raise your virtual hand, please. Okay. Okay. The co-chair, sir, Dr. Guna.
My hands are up.
Okay, who is, Mr. Dada, all right. Mr.
Yes.
Dada, you are recognized. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a simple question. Did you mention the year that the research was actually carried out? Because I'm suspecting that that will also impact on the number of news stories that you get. It's your research happening right after the NSAS. So that will also impact on the newsroom because how the media houses work. So they want to break fresh news, and after a while, you just see they move on to other things. So I would like to know when exactly the research was carried out. Thank you.
All right, I think I think he mentioned that it's also an ongoing study because it's part of his PhD dissertation. I don't know if I'm correct, so you want to speak to that, Mr. Simon, please.
Okay, yes, that notwithstanding, the period of study is first 3 months of the protest. Yes, the media's approach is quite episodic. They move on to the next event, but when they move on, you cannot find them reporting that again. So if you were to report to study after the heat period, you might not get a tangible, text actually to analyze. So I focus on the first 3 months of the protest. For one thing, if you do not report it when it is happening, I wonder how impactful, even for the audience, the audience also have, and especially for Nigerian society. 2 weeks ago, it was El-Rufai, Nuhu, and what have you. But right now, Nigeria is after Natasha and Akpabio. So if you're not bringing what happened 3 months ago now, except there are fresh dimensions to it. It's not only the media, the audience also have moved on. Like Nigerians and netizens, so we have moved on. So I think my study period is the first 3 months of the protest, for the fact that that is when the most impactful stories actually were carried.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Co-chair, please. Dr. Ogbonna, are you in the house?
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah. I was trying to actually reconcile some of your findings, even the methodology. Well, you have explained it and it looks legit. But when you talk about framing, I want to believe that the mass media frames in order to sort of direct people's attention, or to sort of influence people's thought over issues. And you mentioned that the number of coverage was negligible, although they framed, like you said, those things that were positively quite all right. And then you are also wondering why the framing they did does not impact on the attitude towards women in real life. So I'm just wondering if the the coverage is not that significant, how do you expect it to impact on the actual reality? I mean, because you sounded surprised that that was not happening. Or did you understand my question?
Yes, I think I understand the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think I understand the question. But situating the question within the context of the literature, I am not all too surprised. For one thing, like for instance, based on protest literature, Bring Back Our Girls basically was a woman-led movement, and it received exponential coverage. So if of course, yes, I'm surprised that some papers already don't, but if you look at across papers, when there was a significant development coming from any woman, you have it appearing across papers, and that is why I have to single out a paper that turned away from the development. So the active role, yes, when those women make it into the news, they were covered. I wouldn't know if there were other women that made it into the news and were suppressed, but I think as an ethnographer, that is, as someone who followed development, I think even with all this coverage, I know some of the women that have played certain roles in the protest. But for those women, for those periods, you have them appearing across papers. So much as I wouldn't want the media to go and create, for instance, what might not have existed. For those ones that were mentioned, for instance, you have the Guardian reporting about Modukpe's Odele's passport seizure. You have Premium Times reporting it. You have Punch also reporting it. And you have, so for the events that were unfolding, they appeared across papers. You have a Renew's appointment or her resignation on the, a committee, reported. So it tells you that developments that were unfolding were reported. You have the Switch live streams reported across papers, her deals, her eventual exile, those trends were reported, which tells me that the media did not turn away from some of these. Of course, there are developments that even as an ethnographer, as someone who was participating in the protest, I'm also aware of them. And then that they were reported confirmed. If there were developments around women that were not reported, I would have said yes, they were malign. But as far as my memory could recall, most of those striking developments I would want to see reported were actually reported. And for instance, there were so many, the female actors might even be lucky, like Aisha and they got coverage. If you are to place it on a scale, some male actors might have been even maligned more than the female actors. There were so many actors in NSAS. So if you are to not syndicate, to what extent was Mr. Macaroni framed or reported? To what extent was Saga Link reported? To what extent? You discover that if you place it on that scale, this woman got coverage. That is why I'm not all too surprised at the negligible number of the coverage. More so that the word choice was quite powerful and depict leadership. I wish the full paper was ready so that you also peep through the kind of framing that they were accorded when they made it into the news. They were depicted actually as leading figures in the protest when they were mentioned. And I think that is my interest actually. How were they framed when they made it into the coverage? Because some of them played these roles at the risk of their life. DJ Switch, was reporting live where they were shooting, and that bravely is accorded the desired attention. The same for Aisha, who came under serious scrutiny socially and religious wise.
Okay. Awesome. I'm done.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ogbonna. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Yes, well done. The work is ongoing, but at this stage of the work, one would have expected that the theory underpinning the study would be stated, but it is not. It is not stated. Okay, it's not stated. And then when you are, are you with me, Mr. Simon?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So the theory that you used in this study is not in the body of the work. It's not stated. So please do well to include that. And then, like I said, the work, what is submitted as a short paper is a lot, and so I think you need to take out some of the, I don't know whether to call them non-essentials, to take out some of the things that you have, some of the details, let me just call them details that you have in this paper, because if it's going to be published eventually, I don't think you will need more than 15 pages, for publication. Are you still with me? So you can cut down on what you have, or what you have currently. And then we are not quoting an author. You're not quoting an author, you're just paraphrasing the author's thoughts. You don't need a page number for that. Okay. So, but in some of the places where you paraphrase the authors that you cited, you have the page numbers included. Also, you have, especially on page 2, you have some sentences that are just standing alone, and then you can prove, but I think you can provide statements that will link or that will connect those sentences together so that the work will become more interesting to read. You have done a good job, so just provide those connecting words or sentence or statements that will make us understand what you have written. Then, many of us worked very fast as presenters to get, and I'm saying many of us because I know that I also, a colleague of mine is presenting my paper, so to present my paper in another syndicate. So we worked very hard and fast to ensure that our people we beat the deadline for submission of our papers. So there's need for each presenter to go back and reread what we submitted, to correct some mistakes of grammar, some typographical errors, and so on and so forth. For example, Mr. Simon, on page 13, the first paragraph, this last but, okay, so not the last but one line. You mentioned that how are such values represented? Okay, you added are instead of just saying how are such values represented. Then the last stage of the framework analysis, analysis is what to have. Then the punch, instead of having punch everywhere where you refer to the punch newspaper, that's the name of that newspaper, the punch newspaper. Okay, October to October 2020 was the duration of this of the reports that you are using for this study as stated in this paper. But you mentioned in your presentation that I think October to December, or when?
Yeah, October to December.
October to December. Okay, but to have here as stories published between October and October 2020.
Oh,
that is the first 3 months of the protest. So I know. So I will not repeat what I already mentioned to the other presenters. So please just work on all these corrections. And then acknowledgement is not needed in this work. And then the I know you will have coding sheets. I believe you have that, so you will also do well to mention content categories as you move on in the work. Thank you, and God bless you. All right.
Thanks
you.
for the
Yeah.
detailed observations. I would need some help. On the theory, I am not decided yet. I am considering framing theory, and of course, even critical discourse analysis is in itself both theoretical and a methodological framework. But I would appreciate a suggestion, especially if there's someone grounded in gender feminist theories, maybe a variant of the feminist theory that could be of serious. We are searching in that direction too, but I would appreciate if there's a suggestion that I would also consider.
Okay, I don't know if anybody in the house can give a quick suggestion, but since we are going to submit your paper later, I will suggest that because of time, we still have 3 presenters and it's already 19 minutes after 1 o'clock. So I will say that whereas we might not be able to give you just a suggestion now, we can when I look at the paper again, and maybe others also who have listened to you can make suggestions to you later, because of time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Well done. You have done a very good job. God bless you. All right. So next presenter is Halima Oyintiladun Adekunle from Pan Atlantic University, Lagos. She'll be making a presentation on the paper titled Amplifying Our Voice, the Power of Social Media in Women's Awareness and Advocacy in Africa. Ms. Halima Oyintiladun Adekunle, you have the floor. It's your turn to shine.
Thank you very much, Ma. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Halima Oyintiladun Adekunle. I'm a doctoral student at Pan Atlantic University. My topic is Amplifying Her Voice, the Power of Social Media in Women's Health Awareness and Advocacy in Africa. Why is it not black? Sorry. So here's my outline.
Screen now.
Introduction. I'll start by quote by the American author and activist Gloria Steinem that says, "Behind every successful woman, there is a tribe of other successful women who have her back." So this resonates with the emergence of women's voices being heard and amplified on social media. Social media has enabled women to share their stories, advocate for gender equality, and create a sense of solidarity across different regions and communities. This digital age has established a vital connection by providing African women with important health information while enabling them to fight for essential changes that they deserve, despite the continent's, long-standing social, economic, and healthcare barriers. So the rapid growth of social media basically has transformed how African women access health information, how they advocate for their rights, and change long-standing healthcare inequalities. Across Africa, women are using platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to demand better maternal care, to raise awareness about menstrual health, to break the silence around mental health issues, and confront like deeply rooted challenges such as sexual and gender-based violence. Also, social campaigns like End Female Genital Mutilation, Maternal Health Matters, and Part of Africa have focused public and policy discussion on vital health matters, which have led to meaningful reform processes. So through this digital platform, women from diverse backgrounds have formed solidarity network around their everyday challenges, basically, and they've shared experiences. These creating bonds that push beyond geographical, and cultural boundaries. Also, the increased power of social media brings numerous intricate challenges. Despite the positive outcomes that we've seen on social media advocacy, there's like significant hurdles that exist in managing these health practices. There's both accurate information and there's also harmful misinformation about reproductive and maternal health that disseminate through public spaces with equal velocity, leading to actual harm to the public health system. Research indicates that many African women, specifically in the rural community, lack digital connectivity, which prevents them from accessing vital online spaces. Cyberbullying, privacy issues, these are issues that limit the ability of many African women, particularly in the rural areas, to benefit from digital health resources fully. For my theory, I made use of two theories, the efficient innovation theory. So this theory explains how ideas and technologies spread across different populations, how adopting these innovations varies over time. In context of the social media and women's health, this theory helps us to understand how health information and advocacy campaigns are disseminated through digital platforms. Social media serve as a conduit for the rapid diffusion of health-related innovations, allowing new healthcare practices and awareness campaigns to spread across African communities. Also made use of the feminist media theory, which explores the role of media in constructing and perpetuating gender norms and its potential for feminist activism. The theory particularly relevant in analyzing how social media provides African women a platform to challenge patriarchy healthcare system, advocate for gender equity in health services, and share personal health narrative. So it allows women to reclaim control over their health discourses, resist gender-based violence, and demand access to quality healthcare services. For my method, I made use of qualitative research methodology, integrating analysis of academic literature, real-life digital health initiatives, and social media campaigns. The case studies I used were three, which was the End Female Genital Mutilation, Part of Africa, and Maternal Health Matters. They were analyzed to assess the impact of these campaigns on public health awareness, policy reform, and social attitude towards women's health. So the analysis focused on through social media in transforming women's health advocacy. The first one was the End Female Genital Mutilation. It's a harmful cultural practice that affects a lot of African women. The End FGM campaign has used social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook to raise awareness about the dangers. They share survival stories and mobilize support for the elimination of this practice. Social media has also enabled activists to reach a global audience, creating a sense of solidarity and collective action that has led to policy reforms in several African countries, including Kenya, where the anti-FGM legislation was passed in 2011. The Part of African campaign, menstrual hygiene is a critical issue for African women, particularly those in rural areas with limited access to sanitary products. The Part of African campaign has leveraged social media to address the stigma around menstruation, advocate for menstrual hygiene education, promote the distribution of affordable sanitary products to women in need. Through Instagram and TikTok, the campaign has used visual content to engage younger audience, fostering community and encouraging discussion around menstrual health. The campaign has also partnered with NGOs and health organizations to deliver menstrual products to rural communities, highlighting the potential of social media in facilitating grassroots health initiatives. I also looked at the Maternal Health Matters campaign, which remains a significant concern in Africa, where high rates of maternal mortality persist. The campaign has used platforms like Twitter and Facebook to advocate for improved maternal health care services, perinatal and postnatal care access, and increased government investment in maternal health infrastructure. Social media is an essential platform through which activists monitor governments, maternal health pledges by distributing maternal health statistics, demonstrating healthcare inequities, and advocating strategic policy changes. So the research has shown that social media changes women's health advocacy campaign throughout Africa, from Twitter to TikTok to Instagram. It has given women the power to express their concern, to spread awareness about essential health issues, from female genital mutilation to menstrual health improvements to maternal health care. We've seen how social media has maintained its status as a potent vehicle for women's health advocacy in Africa through solutions to existing barriers, which will help women achieve positive health results and gain improved healthcare access. So in conclusion, social media is a valuable tool for women's health advocacy in Africa. It strengthens grassroots social movements that generate positive change throughout healthcare infrastructure, addressing obstacles which, with help of social media platforms, we reach health equity target and improve African women's health. These initiatives, from the paddock to the mental health matters, have gained public backing to drive policy, improvement through awareness, and elevate for essential health matters. Governments and healthcare providers and technology companies must work together to create a safe and inclusive digital space that protects women from cyberbullying and misinformation. This requires implementation of regulatory frameworks for online health content, promoting digital literacy programs, and expanding internet connectivity in rural areas so that they also can benefit, from the campaigns. And here's my reference. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Miss Alima. Well done, Miss Alima Oyetilaju. Yes, I will take responses from other presenters as usual. And like I said at the beginning of this presentation, we works better. So please let us go straight to the point to make Miss Alima's work better. Well done. Yes, if you have a comment or question, you can indicate as you raise your virtual hand.
Yes, my hand is up. Yeah. I don't know if I'm recognized to speak.
I think you can go on, sir, Mr. Simon.
Okay, well done, Halima. It was an interesting presentation. Unfortunately, I was carried away at some point with the distraction around. I'm not clear your methodology. Could you please revisit, even if briefly, the research methodology?
So I didn't get your question.
Okay, now I've seen the slide and I think it has answered my question. I wasn't,
I hope you are not muted, Mr. Simon. He said you should revisit your methodology. That is, restate it briefly.
Okay, so here's my methodology. I made use of social media campaigns that are online from Part of Africa and female genital mutilation. Those were the campaigns or case studies that I analyzed to check the impact that they had on public health awareness and social attitude towards women's health.
And this now drives my question. Yeah, so the case studies approach. So what did you do with the case studies? Is it that you assess reactions, or how did you assess the impact of those case studies? Is it about the success stories arising from the case studies, or how were you able to determine the impact of the campaigns?
Okay, yes, it was the success story. So I went online and checked out the campaign throughout. So they all use different social media. Some used TikTok and Instagram, some used Facebook and Twitter, some used Instagram and Facebook. So I went online to assess the success stories for each of the campaigns. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, you have attempted to, but I'm still not clear because this is a completed work. So one would be interested to know specific exactly what did you do, like exactly who were you engaging with, like what activities specifically did you undertake in the course of the conducting the research itself? Did you engage with human beings, like did you study content,
Oh,
like
so this is not
what?
a complete, yes, this is not a complete research. There's a part where I think in the main write-up I had written where I was like interviews, I was going to assess because there were interviews that were done. So I was going to assess those interviews as well to see, the impact it had on the campaign, but I didn't include it here. So this was just like chunkies that I just took out just for presentation's sake.
Oh, Madam, are you there? Chair, Madam, are you hearing me? Halim, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
It looks like we have lost her, so let's continue. Now, actually, I want to go to what the other person was asking you. When it comes to researches that deal with impact, influence, and effects, I'm always a bit skeptical because I mean, all of them are just an indirect way of talking about effect studies. And when it comes to effect studies, it's usually very, very delicate because in some cases you have to, sort of, it might require something like a quasi experimental approach. Because for you to determine the impact of something, you must be able to remove every other variable that could have caused the phenomenon you were observing. And if you are to come into conclusion that these things had this impact just because of success stories or whatever, well, I don't know. That may be a perception, but I'm always a bit skeptical about that. How can you really prove that these things had that impact you're claiming? That those impacts were not caused by other factors, but from the campaigns you were talked about.
Thank you very much. I think this is like a perspective that I'll look at because what I did was just go online. I looked at each of the platform that was used, and then I checked out the success stories of how social media, has been and has impacted the campaigns and how people have responded to it. So that was what I just looked at. But from coming from your angle now, I think I would have to like go back again, to work on my methodology to find a way, to work around it. Because I just looked at success stories. That was what I focused on.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Since the chair is not around, maybe I should moderate until she comes back. Any other comment from any other presenter?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well done, Ms. Alima. From the questions that have been asked, kind of follow-up is how do you analyze? Is there a page where you analyzed I'm sure you collected your data already. How did you analyze the information that you gathered? Yeah.
Okay, so they were teams. I had to atomize them in teams, the ones that, so I went to comment sections. For example, for like Instagram now, for the campaign, I went on Instagram. There's a section, like a comment section, where people engaged, and there were parts where people shared videos, stories of how the campaign has helped them and how the campaign has, better their menstrual, for example, the menstrual health. There were a part where they were sharing pads. So it was those videos that analyzed, what was being said in those videos. That was what I did.
Okay.
So there were visual content, because if you say here, it's like campaign used visual content to engage younger audience, fostering community and encouraging discussion. So there were conversations, focus group discussions that they had online. So I took those videos and I was just analyzing, okay, what were the positives that was being said.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's not a complete paper, so it's
Oh,
still
all
work
right.
in progress.
All right.
Yes.
Just in line with the advice I was given to, so maybe
Okay.
you might have to state, how you collected those information, the yardstick, the still part of the methodology that you use. So it has to be formally, highlighted. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry. The truth is that when you talk about impact, one would expect that you must have assessed, from the general population, how many people were impacted. So if you are talking about videos that were made in a population of about, let's say, 500 people, and you get a video of two people that talked about how they benefited. Uh, and then I don't know whether that should give the impression of the impact properly, because I think impact we have to do with the number of people that
That were
benefited.
benefited.
One person
Sure.
that were able to speak out. That's why I said the issue of impact is a bit dicey in research, because those that spoke out maybe 2% of the population that should have been impacted. So I mean, but if you have a way of proving that out of a population of 1,000, at least 500 people were influenced or impacted by the campaign, then that would be a more plausible kind of presentation. But if out of 1,000, only 3 people talked about how it impacted them, then that wouldn't really show any good sign of the amount of impact. However.
Okay, sir.
Okay, these are just for you to know, tighten up your work, because these are criticisms that may come up, in terms of assessing the quality of your research and all that kind of stuff. So we have to really work on it and have good defense for such criticism.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Is there any other comments? Okay, it looks like we have lost our chair by virtue of Nigeria network. Any more comments?
Yeah, I think, yeah, am I on?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Go on.
Okay,
Yes, we
yes,
can.
I think my last comment would be on the content of the PowerPoint. They are a bit loaded. I think
Okay.
the idea of PowerPoint is about the striking points that will aid a presentation, not the content itself. The content is coming from the presenter. So the idea of PowerPoint is just bring out those key points that will anchor the discussion. The danger of having loaded PowerPoint is that they get you trying to read them out, and sometimes distract the presenter and the presentation. But that is just by way of our observation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no more comments coming up, so we may have to go to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Alema. That was a nice presentation and all that. But unfortunately, I don't know how the lineup the chairman had before, but now let me see. Sorry, I'm coming. Oh no. All right, so is Akinditure Samson available? Hello. Okay, the last guy that asked question, what's your own name? So maybe since you're available, you can present before the chairman comes back. Hello, are you hearing me?
I think the next person would be Ramson Acheme.
Yes, so I'm confused since he didn't mention my name. I don't know if he was referring to me.
You say?
I said, are you referring to Ramson Acheme?
No, that's what I mean is I did follow
Oh,
the
hello, my people.
Okay, she's back.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, forgive me. I'm back. So where are we, please? Pardon my
Yeah, we are
interruption.
next person. We didn't know. I didn't know the schedule. Who was to present
Okay.
next?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yes, after Miss Alima Oyintilaju, we're supposed to take Mr. Akindu Tiri Samson from Nasarawa State University. But let me quickly, I didn't get all our inputs that have been made to Miss Alima's work. But the good thing is that the proceeding is being recorded. So I'm sure that Alima, being a member of Pan Atlantic University, will be able to get all our inputs. But I think yeah, I will just make few comments before we move on to the next presenter. The data, primary data, where data is plural. All right, this data analysis, okay, and this data analysis use thematic analysis. I said consider revising that statement. But your methodology, which of course is my major concern in all of these papers, because once you're able to get your background to the study properly laid, and then the methodology clear at this point, and then you have your theory or theories clearly stated, I think every other thing will just fall in place. So I think your methodology for me is clear, but you can make it clearer as has been requested. I don't know how much of clarity you were able to provide to that section of the work as requested by Mr. Simon, but you can do a little more of explanation that will make the methodology clearer to your readers. Okay, and then consistency in the way we use American style of spelling and British spelling style is very important. For example, programs is spelled as programs by the Americans, but that is now that is not how we spell it in Nigeria, because we use British English. Okay, we speak British English. Then your references, number 4, your references, you have edition T 2021 driving innovation in healthcare and wellness. Please take a second look at that. Where is the name of the author? Is that the name of the person? If it's an online material, where is the where did you get it from and all? So please provide adequate information. I don't understand what that represents. Okay, and then look at your in-text. I mean, look at your references again. Be sure that they align or comply with APA 7th edition style of referencing. Okay, so we take the next presenter. Are you still with me,
Thank you, ma'am.
Alima?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the feedback, ma'am.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. So the next presenter is Mr. Akindutire Samson from Nasarawa State University, and he's going to be presenting a paper with the title "An Assessment of Ethnic Representation of Women Participation in Politics in Nigeria." Mr. Akindutire, if you are on this platform, the floor is yours. Okay, Mr. Akindutire was not here at the beginning of this breakout session. I don't know if he's here now. Hello, can anyone hear me, please?
He spoke just before he spoke.
Okay, so he's here with us.
I think so.
Okay, Mr. Akindutire Samson. Just say something so that we know you are still here.
I don't think he's yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Because at the beginning he was not here.
Yes, they hasn't joined.
I hope he's not in another syndicate. Okay. All right. So we take the fifth and of course the last presenter. Should have been the last presenter. Reconfiguring Nollywood, women filmmakers and the politics of representation. It's to be presented by Ramsin Oloche Acheme from Caleb University in Lagos. Reconfiguring Nollywood, women filmmakers and the politics of representation. Is Mr. Ramsin Oloche Acheme in the here with us, please?
Yes, Professor. Good afternoon. I'm here, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. All right, so you have 15 minutes for your presentation. It's 30:49.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. And first of all, I want to start by tendering an appeal because my paper actually was accepted just last week. That was due to some misunderstanding between myself and the coordinator in charge with the email. So that's why my paper was not selected on time. If you'd noticed from the first arrangement made, our paper was not there. It was after to and fro, back and front, trying to analyze, straighten out the issues that we got to find out. That initially was not, we did not understand that we need to submit some summary ahead. So it took me about 2 or 3 days last week where I had to quickly go through the review to quickly pen down some of the things we have right now. So I couldn't, in that process, prepare a slide for this presentation. But then I still thank the coordinator who, despite the lateness and everything, was able to include us in the recent presentation. Thank you very much, Professor, for the time and your kind gesture.
Okay, thank God, sir.
Yes, ma'am. We have a very short presentation here. My senior research partner, Dr. Adesha, is quite busy, and due to the fact that this arrangement came to us just about 4 or 5 days ago, he was not prepared to be here. So we are trying to work on reconfiguring Nollywood, that is looking at how women filmmakers and their representations in the political, in the general productions of Nollywood. Of course, if you are familiar with Nollywood, you would know that Nollywood became a full-fledged industry in the early 90s. And during that time, most of the filmmakers and the top actors were actually who dominated the scene. And what that means is that these men took the front line in terms of film production in Nollywood. And in the process, they tell stories from their own perspective and point of views. And of course, Nigerian and African society generally is laced with the masculine side of the story when it comes to gender. So most of Nigerian films that were shot in the early 90s, late 90s, and early 2000s were actually male-oriented or in support of the male, while women were not that they were relegated to background, but they were not properly or adequately represented. For instance, most of the big stars we have in Hollywood as of that time, the most respected and popular among them were actually male. We have a whole number of them. And in that process, most of the storylines of movies told during that time, down to just recent time, were actually either denigrating women or representing them as people who are either weak or who are either full of problems and incompetent to handle things in society. So this study actually takes a look at this because in recent times, this narrative has changed. And now the interesting thing about the narrative is that women by themselves took over their own course and they stepped forward to ensure that they take their rightful place. Now, Nollywood being one of the cultural industry in Nigeria has been a major place where recently women have shown the world that they can do even what their male counterparts are doing in a much more better way. So the study took about two basic approach or questions we tried to ask. First was how are these women taking over their rightful place in Nollywood, and how have they been able to make or effect these changes? Now, we've discovered that in recent times, there are great and powerful Nigerian filmmakers. Some of them started in the film industry as actresses, and today they have become successful in terms of health challenges in our society. Then we also look at Funke Akindele, who has also taken the challenge of single mothers and how they have been able to stand strong in society. And also in that regard, we have Mo Abudu, another successful media entrepreneur who has led the representation of women who portray them as being independent, strong, and urban. And the second category is we're looking at women filmmakers as defenders of female actors from predatory male filmmakers. Of course, in the early years of Nollywood, there are so many rumors and stories of the male filmmakers taking advantages of female actresses, that is, making sexual advancement on them before they could get proper roles in movie. But with the advent of many powerful women filmmakers coming up these days, of course, the threat of sexual advancement before women can get roles in movies have been reduced as well. Then number three, we're looking at women filmmakers and their business acumen. That is, how smart, how intelligent are they in terms of handling the film project, because handling a film project is a very big and a crucial project that takes not just the funding, but the mindset, the skill, the acumen for them to manage the entire resources and also make profit from it. But then when you look at what we have today in Nollywood film production, you will see that in these three areas, women have succeeded a lot in so many ways. For instance, if you look at the filmography of Bonale Austin Peters, who is... Sorry?
You just have about 1
Okay.
minute. Yes, concluding. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm wrapping up as well. So if you look at the filmography of Bonale Austin Peters, you would see clearly how she's, has gained international recognition for her wonderful blockbusters movies around the world. And most of these are movies actually, portray women more or far better than what male filmmakers would have done. And also, you look at the areas of this popular woman, Funke Akindele, who also has topped the charts of the highest grossing filmmakers in the country recently, and also Kemi Adetiban. So many of them are coming up. So in essence, this paper actually tries to not just complain about how women have been unfairly treated, but at this time to praise and to look carefully into their success and how they are doing these days in terms of retelling their own stories and reducing the excessive negative impacts of the male-dominated film industry. Thank you very much. And once again, I apologize for not preparing the slide on time due to what I narrated happened just recently. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramsey, right? Mr. Ramsey Loche Acheme.
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Stephen Anu Adeshemoye is not with us here today. All right. Thank you for your beautiful presentation, and thank you for letting us know the challenges you had before you could make it to this symposium. All right. Now I will take responses from other presenters before my co-chair would make his own his own observation.
Yes, I'm raising my hand. I don't know if I'm recognized to speak.
Yeah, you are recognized to speak. I didn't see your hand earlier.
Oh, okay. My digital hand was up actually.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, Ransom. So good to connect with you once again. Yeah. Incidentally,
welcome back. Even though you didn't.
Incidentally, we met at Pan Atlantic University, 2018.
Yes.
Good
to have you back.
It's been a good, it's been a good journey thus far. Yeah. The paper is an interesting one, especially for someone from journalism and media studies. It's so nice to take my ears off of frame analysis and all of those, and I listen to something happening in yet another industry within the communication field. It's quite interesting. Yeah. And even to learn that there's a paradigm shift in this direction. We are coming out of the woods. But one thing I'm not clear about is the primary data you are engaging with. Are you giving a generic assessment of the industry, or you are looking at specific primary data from where this discussion will emanate from? I don't think you are clear on that bit. Is there a particular data set you are looking at, or you are just giving a generic assessment of the film industry in Nigeria?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the main reason we decided to go into this paper is that we are tired of the complaints all the time that women are suppressing of days. People are not looking into the direction of what these women have achieved in recent time. They have really done even more than the male counterparts in the film industry. But people are not actually looking into this achievement, which is a huge one, compared to the fact that just in the last 10 years alone, that we started having a lot of women filmmakers. We had this modern generation of filmmakers. Look at what they've achieved so far. So it's time for us to also do that kind of assessment by looking at what they've done, what they've achieved, how they've broken the record, how they've, they are retelling their own stories. So that's just the idea behind what we're doing. Sorry, I don't know if my message was okay. All right. Dr. Tagima, I don't know if you heard my response.
Yes, it was cracking quite a lot, but I think I have managed to understand that we are doing a trend analysis sort of what is the current trend on ground. I think I'm clear that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, any other question or contribution, please?
Yes, I think Dr. Judith is also on the line, so she's raising her hand.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm not here to ask a question. I'm just here to hasten us up that most of all the groups are done. I will need us to please round off so that we can go back to the general group. Thank you.
There's a hand up. Okay, it's Judith.
Yes.
Okay.
Ambrose's hand is up.
Who is the one? Speak up now. You can see they are hurrying us up. Please, let's just make it all the time. Whose hand is up?
I was waiting for you to give the go ahead. Okay. Now,
with the time going. Go on.
okay, I wanted to talk about the slides. You gave a reason why you couldn't make a PowerPoint presentation, but there's a way you can still make the MS Word a bit readable. Maybe increase the line spacing or the font and all, just like someone did, I think, Lima. Yeah. Then the second one is at the introduction, you said women are not adequately represented. I think it would be better to indicate some statistics to back up some of these points. Lastly, the hermeneutic analysis, is this sufficient? Is there other things you can include, to make your methodology robust? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ramsey. Hello, are you still there? Are you still there, Mr. Ramsey? Mr. Ramsey, Oloche. Okay. Hello? Hello?
No, it's no longer
Okay.
here.
Okay, so Dr. Gona, do you have who just spoke now, please?
Ambrose spoke.
Okay, Ambrose Dada. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Gona, do you have any comments or questions?
With him not around, I don't know.
The presenter is not around, though. My place, they will say you cannot barb, and somebody said the person is not around. How will you barb that person? Said in his in absentia. Okay, I don't know what to say, but I guess this session is being recorded, so maybe I'll just make my comments and then we will put a wrap on today's presentations because of time. I don't know. He's not here, and it would have been nice for him to be here. Or should we just wait a little bit to see whether I will return? Because there are some important things. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Oguna.
Yeah, actually, there are so many queries, some issues that need to be addressed. But then, with that thing, we can just point it out so that maybe he will listen to the recorded version and then go on. Because the approach, methodology, and all that, like he was talking about, has always been the problem with, should I say, film production, the area of film production as against the actual social is it social studies?
Social science studies.
Yeah, social science research approach, other. Because in essence, like the film tilt towards the art and all that. So methodologies are usually a bit different. But even at that, the paper, he calls it an opinion paper. But then, I mean, I look at the issue he raised, which was very, very interesting. The phenomenon of the fact that women are actually dominating the film industry in Nigeria now. So I was wondering, whether maybe what he should have done would have been to find out why that is happening, really. Because when you consider, the agitations about women not being properly represented, and here they are now dominating. So what could have caused that? I mean, I thought that's what he would have looked at. But it looks like he was just presenting the issue as it is and all that. Well, I don't know. He really has to. The paper is quite interesting, but I don't know whether it can be presented as a researchable paper as it is now, or whether it's just like you said, an opinion paper, whichever way. But it would be good to know but when you talk about business acumen and all that, I don't know how, because you have to whether it's a kind of comparative analysis to show what the women are doing different from men that are making them outshine in that respect. It will be one thing to just praise them on their ability to succeed, but being able to draw out that the elements, the business acumen that they're exhibiting will need some kind of approach, kind of research, deeper research, to find out whether all the women are doing the same thing, or, because definitely it's not likely that all of them would be doing the same thing. So we are talking about business acumen. Are they doing it because of their gender, or is it, is it gender related or whatever? Because as it stands now, I think when you take a census of filmmakers in Nigeria, women are really in the majority. So, I mean, it would have been good to find out why that is. That's against all understandable reasons with the patriarchal leaning in Nigeria and all that. So why is the film industry proving different from other industries in that respect? I think that's something I don't know whether that's where the research will be tilting towards, but I feel it's something worth studying.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ogbonna. Thank you, all presenters. Thank you all. I was going to ask the presenter, to what end is this study? That was, in fact, that's the question on my mind, and unfortunately, it's not here to answer the question. To what end is this research? Because, like Dr. Ogbonna rightly pointed out, if women were in the film industry before now, but now they are at the forefront. They are the ones advocating their own causes. Then now you are saying that this has been noticed, and we all have noticed it. To the glory of God, I teach a course. I had a class yesterday. I told my students that before now, I used to tell my students, please go out and then rewrite the narrative, tell the stories, surrounding the Nollywood industry, because there are so many untold stories in Nigeria. But of late, I've seen that the narrative has actually changed. Well, there's room for improvement, but the women are now doing better. You now have female movie directors, you have female movie producers, and so on and so forth. So if the narrative has changed to a great extent, what then is this paper talking about? Because that's the bulk of his presentation too. He said women are now taking over and all, they're doing better, they're performing better. Then to what end is this study? So and then it's research questions as well. They are not in any way different from, they have not answered our questions sufficiently well. So that's noticed. And then there's mistakes, grammatical mistakes, and then the same thing I mentioned to, I think, the first two presenters or all the presenters about the use of third person pronoun also is here, And so I don't know, it's not here, like I said, I don't know what exactly he wants to do. I don't know what he wants to do. He said he hurriedly kind of put the paper together. Maybe by the time he gets back to the drawing board, he will be able to then rework the paper and make it more robust, and we'll be able to answer many of the questions that we have at the moment. And then let me see other things that I still have. Let's see. Yeah, the last point, he said he has these statements, at the end of the of everything that he wrote. The full analysis of this self-motivating Nollywood makers is underway, and I wrote beside that, why here? Why do we need that information? Okay, so a lot of things are not clear yet concerning this paper. Maybe by the time it's done, or by the time he listens to this, to the recorded audio, yeah, he will be able to better the work. But for me, the work needs to be properly directed. It needs direction.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. I would really like for us to join the general room, because some persons have been waiting for close to 20 minutes. I must appreciate our time in this syndicate room and all the papers that have been presented here so far, but we need to keep going. So thank you very much to the presenters and to the syndicate chairs and co-chairs. We really appreciate your time, but I don't know if we are taking any last feedback, or we should just go to the general room right away.
Okay. Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you for for coming in at this time. Actually, we are done. We are done with the presentations. Because we're making the last comments when you came in.
Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like for us to just click the leave room icon at the bottom right of our computers. And when we click on that, we should choose leave breakout room, not the meeting. Leave breakout room. Thank you.